Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
I call the meeting of the Planning Commission to order. Today is November 19th, 2024. Can we start with a establishment of quorum?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Ms. Kirkner,
Here.
Mr. Kane,
Here.
Mr. Huff,
Here.
Mr. Robertson,
Here.
Mr. Swaisen,
Here.
Mr. Lester, Mr. Smith,
Here.
Mr. Gordon.
Here.
Madam Chair, please let the record reflect that 7 members are present and we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we stand for the pledge, please? Okay. Has everybody had a chance to review the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, I'll entertain a
I'll
motion.
make a motion that we accept today's agenda for November 19.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. On to number 5, review and approval of the minutes of July 16th, 2024.
Yep. I had a chance to review them.
Okay.
I'm sure everybody else did. And I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of July 16, 2024.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Moving right along. Number 6 is commission member reports. Since the last time I was here, I have 3 approvals that I approved. On September 17th, 2024, Lions Crossing, M230054 was approved. On October 15th, 2024, S240017, Hampstead Wastewater Treatment Plant, the second amended version, was approved. And October 15th, 2024, S230035 Colonial Pipeline Substation Building Replacement was approved. So I also had the privilege to attend it is the Maryland chapter of the American Planning Association. And it was citizens and professional planners together. And the goal was to shape sustainable development across America. The sessions were extremely informative, and some of our own were there and made presentations. So it was truly a eye-opener for Maryland. Then when, the beginning of November, I went to the National Association of Realtors Conference, and the theme there was pretty much the same. It was sustainable growth, and they concentrated on talking about the missing middle, which we have a lot of that, and that is not just here in Maryland, but nationwide. So we will, and we are working towards that goal. So, okay. Next is any other commission members?
Not here.
Okay. Commissioner Gordon?
I just have one thing I want to bring up real briefly. I don't know if everybody on the commission was either in attendance or watching the meeting. I know some were, but last week we had the meeting at the Ag Center, which PSEG held regarding the power lines. And one very interesting, and I'll say disturbing comment that was mentioned in that was PSEG made the comment, well, there are several, but one specifically was that they made the comment that they did not believe that they would have to go through standard county processes to put the power lines up. So they would not be becoming before planning and zoning or anything else. Now, whether I can't speak to the accuracy of that, but I wanted to point that out to everyone. And then another fascinating comment was a citizen asked about the airport. As we all know, the map has it near the airport. Their response was that they've worked around many airports at the time over their years, and the individual then asked them, well, what about dealing with FAA or Delta, which Delta, of course, is the agency that interacts with us with the airport expansion, and they said they hadn't talked to them yet. So it's very interesting, and I think rather poor that on one end we're seeing sort of answers but no answers. There's no real explanation. One other interesting comment that was made, and they didn't go into detail, but they had mentioned, I believe at one point within that as well, that they had spoken to elected going as far back as December of 2023, or 2023. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that none of the five of us had spoken or heard anything until about the same time as the public did. So I found that to be concerning and disturbing as well. And I just wanted to bring those up briefly this morning, so.
The Maryland Realtors is working with the associations that have the lines going through them, and I believe they are going to talk about some type of action that they'll be doing. So they're all working. So,
I'll just make one brief comment. Of course, we had properties that were going to be encumbered and didn't, and I found out why, the one to the north, because Potomac Edison's actually upgrading the power lines from, is it Hunterstown, down to Union Bridge. They're putting in all new poles and putting in another set of lines through that area already. That's probably why they didn't take that route, so.
interesting.
It was kind of interesting because they were sending us stuff, and we kind of figured it was for the other power lines, and then they turned around and changed that, so.
Okay, all right. Number 7, administrative report, Secretary Daly.
I do not have any administrative matters to report.
Okay. Extensions,
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Laura Matias, Bureau of Development Review. We've had one extension to share with you since we last met. The project it was site plan. It's S160018 called Liberty Road Crossing. You may recall it. It was had a both commercial component as well as a self-storage component to it, and it's in Commissioner District 4. So that has been extended for another year. That's all.
okay.
Thank you.
BZA cases,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 6531 came to the Planning Department. It's a request for a variance from the distance requirement of the detached accessory dwelling unit, that it may not be located more than 50 feet from the principal dwelling unit. This is at 2154 Enhoff Drive in Westminster. And for this case, planning staff does not have any additional comments on this proposed variance.
Case 6533 is a request for a conditional use for a daycare center / nursery school at 2710 Hampstead, Mexico Road, Hampstead, Four Seasons facility. The lot is 18.9 acres and is located in the county's agriculture zone. Planning staff finds this request for a conditional use is consistent with the Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? No? Okay. Moving right along. Number 8, election of commission chair, vice chair, and secretary.
So, just a couple of notes on items 8 and 9. The Planning Commission's rules and procedures require that the rules and procedures themselves be reviewed annually and approved, and also that a secretary, commission chair, and vice chair be elected. So we have a script at your desk for the first item, which is the election of the chair, vice chair, and secretary. You'll note that there are no names filled in there, so everybody is free to make any nominations for those positions that they wish, but we've laid out the wording there so we can take care of those in order. There is a little bit of a process for it. So you'll see there's election of the secretary first, and then as we're looking to nominate a chair, then Chair Kirkner, you'll give the gavel to me as we go through that process, and then we'll go through the vice chair process as well.
Okay, very good. All right, so I hold the record open for the board position of secretary. Are there any nominees for the board position of secretary?
I make a motion that we nominate Daphne Daly for the board position of secretary.
I second that.
Okay. A motion has been made and seconded. Are there any other nominations for the board position of secretary? Hearing none, all those in favor of electing Daphne Daly for the board position of secretary, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. There you go.
In accordance with the rules and procedures of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Carroll County, I now declare the nominations open for the office of chair.
I would like to nominate Janice Kirkner.
Is there a second?
A second.
Janice Kirkner has been nominated and seconded for the office of chair. Are there any other nominations for the office of chair? Okay. Would somebody like to
Yeah.
close?
I'd like to close the nomination for the office of chair to elect Janice Kirkner for the office of chair.
We have a motion to close and elect elect via acclamation. Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor of the motion as stated signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We now accept nominations for the office of vice chair.
I'll make the motion for Michael Kane.
A second.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Somebody
I'd like to close the nomination for vice chair. Elect Mr. Kane.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion to elect Michael Kane for vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, having finished that, we can review the administrative rules and review of 2025 and the meeting dates. Daphne, do you want to take that, or just?
Sure, I guess we'll just ask if anybody has any revisions that they want to suggest to the rules of procedure and operation. I do want to make one note. If you look on, in section 3.10, when we talk about voting, there is a note in there about each member providing a voice vote to the secretary in sequential order. We have sort of gotten away from that because we have the recordings that we can go back to and check. However, sometimes it's not always easy to hear whether everybody has voted or how they've voted. I don't think we've had any instances recently where there was a lot of discussion or dissension, but if we come to that, I'd like to have that procedure in place. So moving forward, when we have motions on the floor that are being voted on, I've asked Gail to do sort of a roll call vote on those, just so we have a clear record of how everybody's voting and there's no ambiguity.
Okay.
Okay.
Everything else looks good? Any questions? No? Okay. Do we need to approve them, or they just, we do?
I think it would be cleaner to just
Okay.
make a motion and to
Okay.
approve them without change.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the administrative rules of procedure and operation of the Carroll County Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Should we do a roll call?
Yes.
We are
Huff?
listening.
Thank you.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkner?
Yes.
Mr. Lester? Mr. Kane?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon?
Yes.
Okay. The administrative rules of procedure and operation of the Carroll County Planning and Zoning Commission stand approved. You have before you the proposed meeting dates. So I do see January 1st. We're not coming then, right?
No. So we had discussed these at a previous meeting, and we were going to bump both the January and the July meetings to the evening meetings to the second Tuesday to avoid the holidays. So those are the two dates that are reflected on the schedule for next year.
Okay.
So that the July 9th meeting date reflects that change?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. And the January
January
8th.
1st is just a duplicate, yeah, the 8th hearing. Okay.
Okay. All right. Do we need to approve them? Or no?
I think just a voice vote would be fine on that one.
Okay. All right.
I move to approve the meeting dates.
A second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
moving forward. Number 10, special report Devlin Square, parcels B and C.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
David B. Craft with the Bureau of Development Review. I first want to extend my congratulations to the chair and vice chair.
Thank you, David.
You've done an excellent job, and I'm sure you will do an excellent job moving forward. So we have a couple projects in front of the commission this morning, and the first one being a special report. So this special report is in reference to the modification of an approved preliminary plan that occurred some time ago. So, as mentioned, David B. Craft with the Bureau of Development Review, and with me are some representatives of that project. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Don Rao, Executive Director at the ARC Carroll County.
Good morning, Michelle McAleer, BPR Surveying.
Okay, so this property lies on the outskirts of Westminster. So those who are familiar with the area, the two sites in question are shown as highlighted here. If you go further down, so this is along Sullivan Road. If you go further down, this is the Westminster Community Park. This is 140. And this corner here is where the Roy Rogers is. So kind of to give a little history of these two lots. So the two lots in question were shown as stormwater management parcels in the Devlin Square subdivision. And that subdivision was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 19th, 1979. And with the provisions of the code at the time, that subdivision was approved and was recorded. Within that subdivision, these two lots were designated as parcels B and C. And as mentioned, they hosted stormwater management facilities, and you can kind of see the infrastructure of those on these aerials, as these aerials are a little dated. In 2020, 2021, give or take, the two facilities were actually deemed to be unnecessary. So during that time, improvements were made to the stormwater management infrastructure in the area, and it rendered these more or less redundant. And so at that point, these facilities were decommissioned, the fencing around the facilities were removed, and they were concave, so the earth fill was put in to kind of level out the two the two parcels. On December 14th of last year, the county commissioners held a public hearing on the possible transfer of these two parcels to the ARC of Carroll County, and that resulted in Resolution 1208-2023, which was included in the reports to the commission members. So at this point, because these two parcels were shown as that, they were shown as parcels, the request before the commission now is to make a modification to the approved preliminary plan to change the designation of these two parcels to instead be buildable lots, so that the ARC of Carroll County can build on those two parcels for their use. And to give an idea as to what that looks like, so this is a drawing that has been provided to the county. So to have these two parcels be considered buildable, apart from coming before the commission, they have to prove that they are in fact buildable and comply with all applicable codes. And so what they're showing is one single-story dwelling on each lot at this time. And to give an idea as to how these parcels look now, so these pictures were taken late last week, and you can see that they're just empty lots at this point. So no infrastructure is left over, and they are ready for whatever gets thrown their way. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have, as well, I'm sure, as the representatives here today.
So these lots are zoned residential,
They are, that's correct.
and what, I saw on the size, what, are they quarter acre or half
So
acre?
I'm sorry to cut you off. The zoning for the area is R10,000. The one parcel is about 12,000 square feet, and the other one is, give or take, about 14,000 square feet. So they meet those requirements. So yeah, I guess right around a quarter acre.
And there's no effect on 156 or, it still have to go through the process with 155 and 156, I assume?
So that's a great question. So following this special report, they will have to run through the amended plat process, which that has been submitted and is currently under review. So they will have to update the designations shown on the existing plat from parcels B and C to, I think they're showing as lots 77 and 78 now. So yes, there will be a process following this, but before running through that process, they wanted to make sure that they could, in fact, change that designation without, wasting time and money.
Okay. Now, will these be permanent residences or office, or what's the intention here?
Well, good morning. So we have some homes where people with disabilities live, and we did an assessment and found that because of people's age and mobility needs, they're not really suitable. So the commissioners last year were nice enough to offer these 2 lots for us to be able to build 2 fully handicap accessible homes to meet the needs of 3 individuals per home. And they're aging, and so they need a flat 1 level, with modified, bathroom facilities to really meet their needs. So, and then it'll also give us the opportunity for the future, as people age, to have a suitable place for them to live. So they would be just a 1-story rancher is what we have in mind, to really meet the current needs of some individuals that we have.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I personally think it's a well-needed thing. So, do we need to do an approval for anything? Or
Did you want to ask for any public comment?
oh, yeah, I sure do. Excuse me. Before, excuse me, public comments are made, I just want to remind everybody that speakers must sign in to have made public comment. Speakers must state their name, address, and talk into microphone to facilitate audio and video recording. Comments will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Citizen testimony is not a question and answer session. Questions may be directed to staff after the meeting. And lastly, if any individual fails to comply with these rules, the Planning and Zoning Commission Chair may call the person out of order and may require him or her to leave the building. With that being said, I open it for public comment. Is there any public comment on this project?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Beverly Polides. I live at 873 Snowfall Way, just down from the corner where these lots are. I haven't heard or seen anything mentioned about parking for the, will it be a standard driveway for these homes? There's a lot of traffic at this corner. It is a major bus stop corner, this four-way stop. It is not, Sullivan goes through. There's no stop on Sullivan. There's stop signs on Snowfall Way. So you have the 3 rounds of buses, morning and afternoon. All the parents are parked all along the curbsides. So it's not just the residents that are parking there, but the bus stop traffic that parks all along that intersection corner. We also have a new development being built with 22 homes just down from this corner, which is also going to add a lot of traffic to the area. So we are concerned about traffic. I don't know how many employees are going to be living at these residences. That would be additional vehicles that would have to park somewhere. So that's the main concerns that I have, being a resident. Coming out on that street, the visibility to get out on heavily trafficked Sullivan Road is vehicles and traffic and parking.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to that?
Sure. So we are working to make sure that our staff vehicles, and we would probably have 2 staff on, so there would be 2 vehicles, and then we have a vehicle for the home so that the residents can go out into the community. And, we're not anticipating a garage, so we're really looking at probably just a parking pad, if you will, so that people aren't parking on the street. We don't want that for our staff, and we certainly don't want that for our residents as well. So, that's how we would, I think, work to, make sure that corner is safe. I understand through some of the design work that the driveway would be off of Sullivan Road onto Snowfall. So yeah, I actually live on Sullivan Road myself, so I go by there every day, and I know that's with the bus stops and others, and so we do want to be careful, but above all, we want to be good neighbors.
Okay. Great. Any other public comment? Okay. Hearing none, then we, yes, need a motion.
So I'll make a motion to approve the request for modification to the approved preliminary plan for the Devlin Square parcels B and C project.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I just have one quick question. I know we had public comment and the question was raised about traffic concerns and parking, be it, excuse me, school buses or individuals picking their kids up. And obviously any of us that travel through there know that's, it's an area that has a fair amount of traffic. I don't know if staff maybe could correct me on this or not. I'm not 100%. With Sullivan there's no actual, I guess I'd use the word legal parking on that edge of the road. Is that accurate? Because unless memory serves, I don't think there's any actual technical parking spots running up, parallel with the road. I think most of it is just driveways going into the individual properties.
Yeah, I don't know that there's, I haven't been out there recently. I don't know that the curb is striped for parking or no parking. Usually it's, if you do have on-street parking, it's set back a certain distance
Sure.
from the intersection. But I think in this case, there's probably nothing that's been designated. I do note that there are, David, could you just point the two,
Oh, sorry.
point on the plans there, the two driveway entrances.
Yes, so they're both going to be really pushed all the way back to the back of the property line. So the one driveway is shown here, and the other driveway is shown here.
Yeah, so I think we just want to look and make sure that those are enough away from the intersection,
Oh,
not
no,
to create
absolutely.
a problem
I
there.
was just curious if there was any actual legitimate parking, or if it was just people temporarily parking there in those areas around that.
I would guess it's probably just temporary.
So as this, I'm sorry. I was going to say, as this project moves through
Yeah.
the different steps, that traffic studies come into play, you know, sight lines, things like that, so that'll all be reviewed as part of as it gets more formal for, you know, finishing these lots with buildings.
So that's correct. So our engineering review office will review this for all the necessary, you know, entrances onto the public roadways, making sure there's adequate sight distance and whatnot.
The only comment, I was going to sort of make the same comment, but just preliminarily looking at this, I have no objection here, except I don't understand the worry about the traffic, I think is true. Why wouldn't there be access off of the Snowfall Way instead of Sullivan Road?
So that is what it's shown. So access is
Okay,
shown
well,
off
then
of
I
Snowfall.
didn't see that correctly. So the access to the facilities would be off Snowfall Way?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good now.
Okay, all right. So we have a first, a motion, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
You need a
You have to.
Yeah.
voice vote?
We'll just do this a few times to
It's a
get
new
in the habit.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Kirkner?
Yes.
Mr. Lester? Mr. Kane?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gordon?
I'm going to abstain, given that this will probably end up in front of us at some point upstairs, so.
So it sounds like you are approved, you know, to move forward.
Good
Good
luck.
luck with it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have a no, not for you guys, but I have a question. They're calling me for vote, but I don't normally
You don't vote.
vote.
Yeah, I don't think the chair needs to be.
Unless it's
Only
a
if there
tiebreaker,
is a tie or something.
Right, yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Mr. Beeker, if you're still with us.
I am. I love your company so much that I love being up there.
And we love yours.
So the next project on the agenda is Freedom Village, and I see the reps coming up now. So again, David Beecraft with the Bureau of Development Review, and we are going to move a little south in the county here. So this is for a commercial subdivision down in the Eldersburg area, and I'll let the two reps representing the project introduce themselves.
Morning, Joe Schaefer with Continental Realty. And Brandon Rao with Bowler Engineering. Good morning.
Morning.
So as mentioned, this is a proposed commercial subdivision in the Eldersburg area. So to give an idea as to where we're looking, this is Maryland 26 here, and this is Georgetown Boulevard here. So right on that intersection. And to give a better idea as to where we are, this is all of the existing infrastructure on the property. So this is the shopping center, this is the Taco Bell, and this is the Wells Fargo Bank. So this is before the Planning and Zoning Commission as a concept plan, but also as a preliminary plan as well. So we are going to be looking for some sort of vote from the commission in reference to one action. So to give a little history on this project and the property itself, so it was originally created back in 1987 as lot number 2. It was part of a 5-lot subdivision, so there is a lot taken down here. This was one, and then there's 2 or 3 on the opposite side of Georgetown. There were various amended plats through the years, so to reconfigure the property, to consolidate it with neighboring property, until you see what is before you today. And it currently hosts, as mentioned, a planned business center, which is on the south side of the property, and then you have these 2 pads along 26 here, which again hosts Wells Fargo Bank and the Taco Bell restaurant. There were site plans for all of these improvements that was before the Planning and Zoning Commission, throughout the years. Access to the site is mainly from Georgetown, as you can see here, but there is a right-in only access from 26, as you can see here. There is interparcel connectivity that allows access to all of the buildings throughout, so you can move to the shopping center from the restaurant or the bank or vice versa. The current property itself is within the Freedom Priority Funding area and the designated growth area, and it's also served by water and sewer. Adjoining properties to the south across the lead lane, which is this, which is this road here. They are zoned R10,000, and they host a mix of single-family residential dwellings and townhouses. Adjoining properties to the north, east, and west are likewise commercially zoned and also served by public water and sewer. As you can see, there's no environmental features like a stream or a floodplain that's on this site. So what is currently proposed is to subdivide the existing, we'll call it 14.5 acre parcel, to create 2 new lots in the Freedom Village subdivision, so lots 6 and lots 7. Lot 6 will be just under an acre at 0.944 acres, and lot 7 will be right around a half acre at 0.575 acres. So lot 6 will be this lot here and will house the existing Taco Bell. Lot 7 will have the existing bank. The parking and drive aisles are shared throughout the planned business centers, and cross easements are going to be required with this project. But apart from that, there are no improvements, there's no disturbance, there's no new site development plans that directly correlate to this subdivision. There is a site plan in process to update the Taco Bell, but that is separate from this proposed subdivision. With no disturbance and no new buildings being proposed, the proposal is exempt from the majority of county codes. So it is exempt from floodplain, water resources, forest conservation, landscaping, and stormwater management codes. The zoning office has approved the plan with some administrative adjustments that were approved within ZA case 2166. The concept plan was subject to citizen involvement at the July 2024 Technical Review Committee meeting. There was no public in attendance and no one spoke, and I have not received any written correspondence. There have been some people that called in asking what the signs or the postcards were for, but once they were told that there's really nothing changing on the ground, they were satisfactory with that. As this is a non-residential subdivision, the plan is exempt from Chapter 156. And with regards to a preliminary plan, our code states, and I'm just going to read it verbatim, that final plans need not to be brought before the Planning Commission for review of compliance with the approved preliminary plan and all other applicable regulations at its regular meeting unless specifically requested by the Planning Commission. So because this is before the commission as, we'll call it a dual concept preliminary plan, it will automatically go to the chair for final approval unless the Planning Commission requests to see it at final. So with that, staff recommends approval of this preliminary plan subject to the 4 conditions. One, that a cross easement agreement for the shared facilities be recorded simultaneously with the record plat, that a stormwater management easement and maintenance agreement be granted to the county commissioners for those 2 new lots, that any changes to the preliminary plan as submitted and approved by the commission shall be resubmitted to the commission for further review and approval. And finally, that the preliminary plan approval shall become void 24 months after the date of written approval unless such plan has received final approval by the planning commission and has been recorded in land records. And so to give an idea for those that may not venture to the Eldersburg area, this is how it looks, essentially. So as mentioned, the existing Taco Bell, the existing Wells Fargo. This is that access drive from 26 that cuts into the lot. And then this is looking at the existing shopping center. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, as I'm sure the reps with me here today.
And nothing?
So this is just splitting off these 2 properties to their own, to create their own lots.
That is correct,
Yeah.
yes. No
So-
physical improvements proposed.
I was curious, because when I was preparing, one of my questions was about the landscaping, if there was any need to go through that to change anything, but apparently not.
So that's correct. So landscaping, forest conservation, all of the environmental agencies, they did review this, but because there's no improvements and everything's approved under previous site development plans, everything is still within compliance, even with the new lot lines being drawn.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Any other? No? All right. Any public that would wish to speak to this? Okay. Seeing none,
Okay.
we need a,
An approval or
Yeah.
a motion, right?
yeah.
So Daphne, can I ask you about this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to catch you in the middle of your drink of water. So, I guess there's a few things here. The action required piece of this, the moving the plan for final approval to the chair or the secretary for, to complete that, and then the conditions that come along with this. So is that one, 2 motions, one with the action required with the conditions, and then the second being, if Janice is okay with it, letting Janice or yourself approve, so there's no need for folks to come before the commission.
Right. So if you wish to do that, I would say that would be 2 separate motions.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I may, if the commission grants approval of this preliminary plan, the final will automatically go to Janice.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there's no motion necessary for that. The only motion would be if you decide that you want it to come back to the
I
commission.
got you. I misread that then. Okay.
And David, did I understand you that the concept plan approval and preliminary plan approval can be handled in one single motion?
So that's correct. So with a concept plan, there's no motion that's necessary. A lot of times, concept plans come before the commission as more of an FYI of what's happening and to receive feedback from the commission. Due to the simplicity of what's being proposed here, it made more sense to kind of do a combined, FYI to the commission, but also seek approval of the preliminary plan.
There's no need from us to give input on the lighting or landscape or parking or.
Right, because nothing's being altered at this time.
Okay. All right. I think I got that.
Okay.
I'll take a shot.
All right.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve the preliminary plan of subdivision pursuant to Chapter 155, Development and Subdivision of Land of the Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances of Carroll County for P 240009 Freedom Village re-subdivision of Lot 2B.
Sounds good to me. So I'll second that one.
Okay, all right.
We should take a roll call.
We have a motion and a second. We did not have any public comment.
Oh, we didn't have any public, no, but you asked.
I asked.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, for it.
No. Any other comments from, okay. Your turn.
Okay. Mr. Kane?
Wait a minute, before, do I need to say, in addition, with the recommendations that the staff recommends, the 4 recommendations that the staff's recommending for the project? Probably do.
Can't hurt. Yeah, I think that would be helpful if you want to
Okay.
amend your
So,
motion.
I'll amend the motion, what I said before, but also to include recommendations, staff recommendations pursuant to Chapter 155. And there were 4 recommendations. I'm not going to read each one verbatim, but it's in the report.
That sounds better, so I'll second that one too.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the amended motion and seconded. All in favor? Oh, crap. See, I was ready before.
We're getting there.
Mr. Kane?
Yes.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Okay,
Okay.
that's good.
We're good.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, of course.
That was the longest motion for the shortest thing I've ever. It's a middle one here.
Okay. You're busy today, David.
Check the rates. Yeah.
Man of the hour.
Okay. Once again,
David, did they ever give you a break?
we're very busy up there. So this is the last project that I have before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So again, David Beecraft with the Bureau of Development Review. And the last one that we have on the agenda today is Northrop Grumman, the first amended site plan. This is S-21-0023. And I'm going to go a little different. I'm sure everybody reads the reports that are posted and sent out. But we want to look at this in a broader scope. So this is before the Planning and Zoning Commission as a revised concept plan. So the concept plan was before the Planning and Zoning Commission previously, late last year, and there have been some revisions made to that plan. And so there is no action that's required from the commission. We are looking for input of this revised plan and to see if the previous delegation to the chair still stands with these revisions. Okay, so those that may be unfamiliar, again, this is the Northrop Grumman site, and we do have some representatives from the project here. I will let them introduce themselves.
Larry Hinos. I'm the facilities manager for Northrop Grumman. I apologize for my voice. My allergies have really kicked in here.
feel your pain.
And I'm Jared Barnhart with Morrison Ritchie. I'm the site civil engineer for the project.
So the property itself is located at 7301 Sykesville Road, and that's in Sykesville. So for those that are unfamiliar,
Well, we're actually in the county. We are not in the city of Sykesville.
that's correct. So outside the municipality.
Sorry.
Thank you. So you can see the property itself is highlighted here with this purple shade. And so as mentioned, this is right on the line of the municipal boundary, but is outside the town limits. So all these areas that you see that are uncolored are within town limits. So if we zoom into the site here, this is 32, which butts up against the site, but site access itself is actually off of a a smaller road that connects to 32. And then there is access that's also existing onto Buttercup Road. So the site itself is roughly 35 or so acres, and as you can see, it sits between Buttercup and 32. It currently hosts we'll call it 162,000 square foot manufacturing facility, and there are accessory structures as well. The use of the property was previously reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission in 3 previous site plans. So one from 1988, one from 1991, and one from 1998. And the property sits within the industrial heavy I-2 zoning district. And it has existing access again to Buttercup Road and to 32 via Springfield Avenue. Again, that's this smaller road here. The adjoining properties to the north and the south are within the Sykesville municipal limits, and they currently host residential dwellings. The adjoining property to the west across 32 is also within Sykesville municipal limits, and it is Sykesville Middle School. The adjoining property outside the municipal limits to the south and east, so these properties down here, they are zoned agriculture or industrial heavy and are utilized as a hospital or they're undeveloped. All adjoining properties are served by public water and sewer. So the existing building, as you can see, it sits towards the northwestern corner of the site, and then there's parking areas mainly to the south of that building, with some parking areas right at the entrance into the site from Springfield Avenue. There is a large wooded area that encompasses the site, and it really shields Buttercup Road from the use of the property. The site currently has, give or take, 445 parking spaces. There is a stream on the property which runs along the northern property line, and this stream does not have a FEMA floodplain associated with it. So what is currently proposed now, this revised amended site plan? So previously, when this was brought before the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were a lot of improvements proposed. So there was a reconfiguration of the main entrance from Springfield Avenue, which it shifted the existing gated entrance further into the site. There was also additional parking proposed on the south side of the site. There was changes made up here. An addition was to be put onto the existing facility, as well as a connecting drive placed so that there was essentially full access through any point within the site. What is now currently proposed and what's before you today is the only thing that is now being proposed is the changes to the main entrance into the site. So a lot of the other infrastructure that was proposed is no longer proposed at this time. So the main focus of Northrop Grumman is to change the entrance into the site from Springfield Avenue. This access drive will be split by a median and have separate gates for incoming and outgoing traffic instead of one main gate for the drive. And the parking in this area is getting changed. So currently there's in this area, give or take 16 parking spaces, and they're looking to update that to be about 56 parking spaces. So an increase of about 40 parking spaces within this area, along with the updated access drive. So the concept site plan, it was submitted on August 26, 2021. It was subject to the technical review committee meeting, and at that time there was no public in attendance. I haven't heard anything or received any written correspondence from any adjoining properties or anyone opposing this, questioning this. It's gone through very quietly. And then, as already mentioned, on June 20th of last year, the previous concept site plan was brought before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and during that meeting, there was a lot of discussion as to proposed improvements that was being proposed, but also in regards to recommendations of sidewalk from comprehensive planning. And so with these changes to the plan, like I said, there's a few different items that we're hoping to achieve with this meeting. The first one is to make sure the Planning Commission is aware of the change of this proposed plan, the reduced scope of work that's being proposed. And then along with that, as the Planning and Zoning Commission delegated final approval of the previous plan to the chair, we wanted to reaffirm that delegation to see if the Planning Commission is still comfortable approving or having the chair approve the final site plan. And then lastly, as this is a concept plan, although a revised concept plan, it is still a concept plan. So we're looking for any definitive direction from the Planning Commission as it relates to this proposed site. And so to give some ideas as to how everything looks now, these pictures are a little bit old in regards to the site, but I'm sure not much has changed. So this is the entrance into the site from Springfield Avenue. This is looking into the site, and then this is looking back onto the main entrance, and you can see the gate that's currently existing here. These are the parking areas on the south side of the site and the building. And then this is the entrance, the secondary entrance from Buttercup Road. And this is looking into the site on the left here. And then these two are just looking up and down Buttercup Road. So if there's any questions, any discussion, I welcome it, such as the reps that are with me today.
Okay. Any questions?
I kind of remember there was some discussion when you were here back, gosh, June, a year ago, about signage. So that's not included in any of this. That's staying the same.
That can stay the same.
Okay. And tell me, you mentioned adding 40 parking spaces
In the front of the building.
Okay, where are they on the?
Yeah.
You can see. Oh, there they are. Okay.
So they're mainly would be for visitors that are coming to our site.
Right.
We have a lot of review meetings, program review meetings, because of the additional manufacturing that is taking place inside that facility.
Right. Okay.
And so I'll mention too, there was or is a large, we'll call it a planter box that's here, that is going to be removed, so there's more space for some of these parking areas and maneuvering within this new parking lot.
So visitors, are they going to be coming in off of Buttercup Road?
No, our visitors come off of the Buttercup. If you were to pull up Google Maps, I actually had a pin drop there for the trucks. We call that the truck entrance.
But your signage on Buttercup says visitor.
It does. We have people that ignore or will take that road, but we also have a lot of our employees come in the back way.
Nothing? Nothing else? Okay. Is there any public that wishes to speak? Okay, I don't see any.
Madam Chairman, David, could you just review quickly the changes that are recommended here? Just so we're on board with what's going on.
We drastically reduced the scope of this project.
Okay, so that's basically what you're talking about.
Yes, so there were, previously, there was an expansion of paving area, there was a building addition, there was new drives being put in, and what's shown here.
Okay.
They've removed all the other items to just what's shown here.
Okay.
And
That's
added
That's good enough.
parking
Yeah.
this time in the front.
Right, they've essentially retrofitted this parking area, or that's what's being proposed, as well as changing the main access drive to be split, so that way it's better security-wise.
Makes sense to me.
So I know we also had the sidewalk along Buttercup Now, was that from their driveway down to Raincliff? To tie
Well-
that together, or no?
That's the part that we would like to have a further discussion with. So first of all, we would not, our property line does not go down to Raincliff. The state of Maryland, actually, the prison has the property that's adjacent to us that goes directly across the street. They actually, back in the 90s and 2000s, used to park their vehicles across the street from the prison. That's where the employees would park, in the grass area there. Second of all, to the north of us is where the water tower is, on the Springfield side. There's no development there. There's nobody that lives on Buttercup Road. There's no residences. So I don't know where a sidewalk would benefit. We are not a 7-Eleven or a retail store. You can't just come into our facility. You know, the public can't just come to our facility and order product from us.
Yep.
So we don't entertain that.
I fully understand that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. Okay.
Do we have sidewalks
Just clarify.
up above that?
No.
Don't know why we don't.
So past that, as mentioned, that is the Springfield Hospital complex. And driving through there on Friday, I did not note any sidewalk in that facility.
You have to go further north.
So it's not connecting to sidewalks that exist now?
No, in fact, actually, there's a sign that says from Springfield that you're only supposed to go in there if you have business
Yeah.
in that area of Springfield.
No through traffic.
Right.
So I'll mention, just so that everybody is aware, as Mr. Haynos has mentioned, so the property south of this, there is a little triangle here that is owned by the state of Maryland that does not have sidewalk. South of that is the warehouse facility site that was before the Planning Commission
You also got,
2 years ago. give or
well,
take.
they're on the corner.
Right, on the
So in
corner.
between, you have another business that's between that and the state of Maryland that's in there, which doesn't have a sidewalk either.
Okay.
I think this is a I think this is a positive revision.
Okay, there is no public complaint, so
So, we're making a motion here, right, to I guess, another couple things.
So I would say the intent of this coming back before the Planning Commission is essentially as a revised concept plan. So typically with any other concept plan, we always make note that the Planning Commission may delegate final approval to the chair. Although that delegation happened with the previous plan, I'd recommend that happen again with this new revised concept plan. If you feel so inclined, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I'll make a motion. I mean, concept plans don't require a motion,
That's correct.
but the motion is to maintain the delegation to the chair for final approval. Okay. All right, so,
Yes.
go ahead, you want to do it?
Sure, I can do it. I said, I will make the motion to delegate the approval to the final site plan to the commission chair.
And I second that.
okay. Do we need a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. There you go.
Mr. Kane?
Yes.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
Mr. Lester? And Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thanks for letting us all in on this stuff here that's going on. Appreciate that.
Yeah. We do not show a break, but could we take a 5 or 10
Certainly.
minutes.
Do whatever you want. You're the chair.
No.
It's good to be the king.
Okay. We will take a maximum 10 minute
What did I say
We're
there?
back.
We're back.
We are back.
Be great if you were organic.
Okay, item 12.
13.
What are, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yep, 13.
13. I can't read. Water and sewer master plan. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We brought this to you last meeting to give just an overview, and we are coming to you today seeking commission consistency with the Carroll County, the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, and the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan. Just to go through real quick from where we were last meeting, I just wanted to bring to the commission some information that was given to me to just look at a little bit. There was one question of, there is one property that is currently not on well water and currently surrounded by the water service area that is being removed from the water service area. Is this lot vacant? The property, and the answer to that is the property not currently on well is vacant. If drilling for a well is not feasible in the future, the property owner can always petition to have the property brought back into the water service area. And the second question from the meeting roughly 2 weeks ago, how are these requests initiated? And these requests are initiated from either county or town staff or the property owners. The Freedom Sykesville Amendment that is before you all today was initiated at the property owner developer's request due to the cost of running a water line from Liberty Road, since the water main is on the opposite side of Liberty Road, and there being no feasible way to connect from the rear of the property. Also moving on, with reviewing the methodology, there were just a few minor edits to make. Those can be seen on this slide, and those edits are also incorporated into the consistency letter that is before the chair to sign. For next steps, after, if you all choose to certify consistency today, next steps will be, I'm in the process of reviewing a letter from the state, but after that, this will go for a briefing to the Board of County Commissioners and for a request for a public hearing. Then the Board of County Commissioners will hold a duly advertised public hearing on the amendment. At this time, we will ask the Board of County Commissioners to adopt the Fall 2024 amendment to the 2023 Water and Sewer Master Plan, taking into all evidence and testimony into consideration. If the Board of County Commissioners decides to approve that request, then it will go to the Maryland Department of Environment for final review. To conclude, I can run through these if you like, Madam Chair, or and if not, that's fine as well. Totally.
I think
We're good.
Okay.
Michael says we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, Janice wasn't here last meeting. That was one reason we didn't just say it was okay and go forward to the Board of County Commissioners, because Janice wasn't here, so we didn't take that action. We thought you should be here to hear that.
Oh, thanks.
But if it's all right with you, I will just flip through these so anyone watching can see
Right.
the recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
So just a procedural question, I guess. You know, we're saying this is consistent with the 2014 master plan. We're working on a new master plan. So once the 2024 master plan is completed, what happens to everything that we've said is consistent with the 2014? Does that is it assumed that it's okay with 2024, or are there new motions to go through those, or how's that work?
Well, every amendment that comes before you has to be judged based on the currently active plan. So if you find consistency, then that stands. Once we have the new master plan adopted, which is a ways off since we're just starting that, a couple of things will happen. Number one, that master plan will likely roll in whatever the existing water and sewer master plan as amended at that time is. Then, of course, the water and sewer master plan is updated every 3 years.
Right.
So a couple of things can happen almost sort of simultaneously. If the master plan contemplates any changes, anything that would change the water and sewer master plan, for instance, that there's a decision to add a certain area or take out a certain area for water and sewer service, then that recommendation could be made and adopted in the master plan and then reflected in whatever the next cycle of the water and sewer master plan is. The water and sewer master plan is the implementing document for the county master plan. So that's really where the rubber meets the road in terms of connecting properties or making improvements to facilities, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So it'll be a little bit of whatever is the most active and current thing at the time, we can respond to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So, you want to do this one too?
I don't have my paper. You can read it off.
I'll make a motion that we find the water and sewer 2023 water and sewer master plan, that the fall 2024 amendment is consistent, or I should say amendments, I believe there are 4, are consistent with the 2014 Carroll County master plan as amended in 2019 and 2018, and therefore able to move forward to next steps through Andrew and the Board of County Commissioners.
If I may, we also want to make sure that it's consistent with the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan.
Oh, yeah, okay, and the plan as amended is consistent with 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan.
Okay.
Second.
Yeah, I'm going there.
I know, I'm always.
I'm going.
Mr. Kane,
Yes.
Mr. Hub,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Swason,
Yes.
Mr. Lester, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Gordon.
Abstain.
Motion carries 5 to nothing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Okay. Item 14. Text amendment.
We got the boss coming up.
Ah.
The boss is coming up.
I know, I see.
weird angle. No, I'm just like, somewhere up here it says play the slideshow from, which one? This one?
Oh, right, there you go.
How'd I do?
There you
I
go.
can't see that far. There? Yes. Wow. That is crazy. Good morning. Our very last agenda item today is a discussion. So we are here today bringing in front of you an introduction, simply an introduction to a conversation that was a request for conversation that was referred to you from the Board of County Commissioners on October 10th. And that topic is development allowances. So again, this is just a high-level introduction to that. We will be back in front of you next month in December at your regularly scheduled meeting to have discussion on this topic and see where you land in terms of any recommendations back to the Board of County Commissioners. Glad I printed these. So, go back in time, a little history, and then talk about particular code sections that we're referring to today in regards to these allowances that are written into code in Chapter 155 as well as Chapter 156. So
Laura, I'm sorry, is
Yes.
this a kind of a subset of the developer rights discussion we've been having, or this is?
it's
okay.
not. It's completely independent from that.
Gotcha, okay.
It's a conversation that arose from the current situation in the state and the county in regards to housing.
Okay,
And we'll go from there.
got it, thank you.
Sure. So back in the 1990s, right, our county was in a significant growth period. And in 1998, and you'll some of these dates will ring a bell with you because I come before you with an annual concurrency report as well. So in 1998, we wrote into code our concurrency management code was adopted. Okay, so and that was a direct result of the Board of County Commissioners was really looking for a way to ensure that our growth didn't outpace our services that we had, right? So that was part of that. In that 156 concurrency management code, it has specifically written in that for subdivisions, 25 single-family residential building permits are permitted per subdivision per fiscal year. Okay, so there is a specific number that's put in the code regarding that. For multi-unit, we see the number as 50 in the code. Now, also reflection of that in Chapter 155, you'll see that there is a permission to record 25 lots per subdivision per fiscal year. So these are the particular code sections that the commissioners started to take a look at. Please do note that there are no active projects that are being limited by these restrictions. And that this is specific to county, this is county code. So the municipalities, this code does not apply there, okay? So, as you'll see when I bring the concurrency report to you, and you probably are aware just in your head, in your mind's eye, our current residential development rates are nowhere near what they were back in the 1990s. And in light of the lack of affordable housing in the county and the state, again, the commissioners have asked us to take a look at this. So we recommend reviewing these specific sections of code and seeing what your recommendations may be to potentially increase those allowances in the county code. So simply the excerpts from the code as to how that reads. Again, this is in 155, and it's regarding the recordation of subdivision lots. And then in Chapter 156, specific to building permits. So the number 1 is related to subdivisions. Number 2 is that 50 number for multi-unit residential site plans. And number 5 in that same section of code, you'll see in 2017, there was a waiver section added into the code specific to the multi-residential and for retirement homes specifically. So that was a current addition, a recent addition. And so your options to think about, consider are removal from the code, right? A modification to the code or an addition of a waiver process to the code related to the 25. And our plan moving forward, again, today we're just here with a broad overview of what was referred to you. We'll have that further discussion next month. So if there are things today that you could recommend to us, to the questions you have, that we can bring answers with us next time. And then if you do have recommendations, we will take that to the board, and if desired by the board, of course, a public hearing and eventual adoption of any code changes. So with that, what questions can we answer for you?
I have a question about, right now, the code that we have, we still don't, that's not been a problem because the development has stayed within that code. So are you asking us to increase that even though it doesn't even meet the existing code?
The request is to look at it in light of today's growth rates and see if there's a modification you would recommend.
Are you anticipating more?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll jump in here. So I like analogies. And the analogy that I've drawn to what we're talking about here is a valve on a pipe. So currently, our code has a valve that ratchets down only 25, and let's talk building permits or recordation. That valve is set, right, at 25. Recognizing that there's a housing crisis, a limited amount of stock available, we're looking at, we're certainly addressing it as part of the master plan, but we're looking at that low-hanging fruit of things that we could do now already to try and encourage additional development and remove those roadblocks or those limitations, right? So currently, we do not have any projects that are limited. We are aware of some projects that are coming down the pipeline that are some larger projects that would be subject to these limitations. And the question is, do we really need to have those limitations? Do we need to have that valve set at 25? So some options that we've looked at or are hoping to discuss with you all is we could open that valve a little bit larger. That would be an assistance to developers. We could make it easy for a developer to request a waiver or a variance to open that valve. So don't automatically open the valve, but make it easy for them to request additional. Or we could remove the valve entirely and just let development happen as it would. What's important to remember, though, is that these throttling down, as it were, of issuance of building permits and recordation does not just open the floodgates to development. We still have our APFO ordinance, and so all subdivisions would still need to go through and adhere to those APFO requirements. This was an above and beyond to limit the amount of building permits and recordations when we had so many flowing through the county back in the 90s. So hopefully that analogy makes sense. Well, I'll leave it at that, and then we can certainly have more discussions.
I have Laura, could you pull up the slide talking about the building permits issued by type? Do you have that?
It's on.
It's the building permits issued by type. There's a slide.
It was part of the package.
That's part of the package.
I think
Do you have that?
that's next, our next discussions.
Okay, well, I want to relate to that.
Okay.
So you don't have to pull it up. I just want to relate to something here. You talk about opening the valve or shutting it down. When we get to that slide, we're gonna talk about it, because where you see the majority of the building permits happening, it's in the ag zone. So, we've had a very successful zoning plan for quite a few years now. But still, and that was to limit the outside influence of building permits in the ag zone, which would possibly disrupt certain things in the county. One is agriculture, one is the open space areas, one is the green fields that we most cherish. But when you look at what's going on as far as building permits, there was a spike and then it sort of went down. We're in a position now where that could possibly spike again. And you see it. I mean, you look around us at the other counties, and I hope that we're not influenced by what's going on around us and only be influenced by what's going on within our county here. That's my cautionary on that. The other question I have is the 25 lot limit. Is that related wholly to the concurrency management? Is that the reason for the 25 lot maximum? Is that actually tied directly to the concurrency management?
So there were aspects of Chapter 156.
Do you understand what I'm asking here, Chris? Maybe I'm not being very clear.
So it's not directed specifically to a specific APFO. So it's not related to schools or fire EMS or police or roads or anything like that. It was simply a means of the commissioners at the time to throttle back the number of building permits that a subdivision was issued. That's all it was. Those subdivisions had to meet the APFO requirements. And then we said, all right, we, the commissioners, said, you can only receive 25 building permits per year. So that was that throttle down. So really all we're talking about is, do we want to open that up?
Yeah.
Like, is the need still here? And I think that lends to the question of what kind of modifications, if any, we want to propose. Personally, I'll give you my opinion. I think having that valve in place is a good thing. Whether we open it up or how we modify it, that's part of what we're discussing. But there was a lot of effort that took place back in the 90s to put that valve in place. And so
And I think that was tied to the whole approach of how Carroll County wanted to move forward. I mean, you can do it at breakneck speed and make a lot of mistakes, and that's why I would be very cautionary about the idea of waivers. That's why we sit here.
Mhm.
I know that it's cumbersome, and I know there's some frustrations and all that, but when you dig deep down into it, there are reasons for all that, and I think we should always remember what those reasons are. That leads then to things that bother me. I'm not against rezoning, but I'm against spot rezoning. So if you have a plan, you better have a good plan, because it has to make sense. In the ag zone, I'm getting on my high horse here, so bear with me, because it's going to come out sooner or later. But in the ag zone, there are like this many things that you can do in the ag zone. And so maybe we should take an approach of what are all those things? And I'll give you a couple examples. An off-conveyance. You would say an off-conveyance was for the purpose of building one lot on each off-conveyance. Well, that's not true. You can build multiple lots. You can put multiple houses on off-conveyances. So somehow we were able to make that work. We've never changed it. And because there was always a hue and cry, well, you're taking away our rights, on and on and on. And there is an argument that that may be the case. But that argument was made because there was a little loophole there that said, let's make an off-conveyance 6.1 acres. So now we can divide it. So these are the things that when we're looking at the future and what can or can't be done, we have to look at it with the whole approach of, you know, what are we doing and where are we doing it? And then when you look at a couple of the municipalities, and we'll get into all this later, I understand that. I just want to put these ideas in your head. We look at all our municipalities that are out there and we say, well, there are growth areas maybe around the municipalities. I want to tell you that there are municipalities out there that have no growth area. Some of them are surrounded by quarries. That stops it. Some of them are surrounded by ag pres. That stops it. So now we're starting to limit. Now we have to look at where are the areas that these things can happen. So, you know, so much of this is strategy. And I'm going to go back to something I told the commissioners at our first meeting on this, and that is, of course, we've made some mistakes. Every county does. We've not made great, big, huge mistakes that we've lived to regret. And so I'm off my high horse now. Thank you for allowing me to do it, Madam Chairman.
Anytime.
So I have a few questions, comments. Really, with all the new regs though on building on ag, you're very limited to what you can do unless you want to put in your own wastewater treatment plant, which I don't think has been done yet, has it?
Not in this county.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, lots of.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
So really, and then of course it doesn't affect municipalities, their growth rate. So really, we're just talking about the freedom areas, the only thing we're talking about, which kind of goes hand in hand with what we just kind of passed, what was the name of it?
But all that can be changed, Matt.
Right.
That's why I'm saying it, that all can be changed, and it has been in other counties.
Well, at some point, the freedom area is going to be grown out, and then if the towns can't expand, then the county's going to have to come back and do something different. But I don't think we're a ways away from that at this point. But
Well, and that's the direction that we're charting with the master plan is how do we want to address this, those sorts of questions.
That could blend in then to redevelopment of some areas within or without the municipality area that may be redevelopment. And you look at 140. There are places along 140 right now that absolutely could be redeveloped in way, way better uses than we have now. And so they're the things that we really need to look at. And I remember a time, and I'm showing my age here, and it is what it is, but where we had this approach that we did not want to see any more strip malls. Now look at 140. What are we getting? So we built this great big edifice out there of a shopping center, totally empty. What do we have in place of it? Strip malls, strip businesses. So things change, concepts change, people change. That's why this is an important conversation to have.
Absolutely.
So, did you have something else, Matt? No.
no, I'm just saying, I just really think this kind of goes hand in hand with, what was it that we just passed, the right for the commissioners to make a deal with the
Right,
developer.
yes.
Right. So this is part of that almost. You know, if they have a big project they want to do, I mean, limiting to 25 lots a year is a hassle on a very big project.
I think what brought this about was the missing middle, the affordable housing. That there is no doubt we have lost quite a few people that can't buy here because they can't afford it. So honestly, if we take the number off and say go and build, does that then entitle them to build, you know, homes that still are not affordable? So I think one of the solutions has got to be, excuse me, that we look at some type of way that we can do affordable housing. You know, that families can afford to buy, that are actually working and, you know, 2 paychecks to make things work and not getting ahead. So I know I had talked to Commissioner Gordon about some other counties, how they do it, and when we went to the meeting that the planning group did, they brought up some of those, and I think that's something we should totally look into, and it takes a village to do it, because it also takes giving credits, incentives to developers to, put homes in, mix them with the great big homes that they all want to build. But I think we need to look seriously at that.
If I could just jump in, you've raised some really good points about the complexity of addressing housing, period, affordable housing in particular, housing typology, all of those sorts of things. It's definitely a whole range of issues that we need to be looking at. That's partly what you heard when the housing study was presented at the last meeting. I just want to note that on one of Laura's slides, she made the mention that what this consideration of modifying this building permit limit is mostly addressing is the supply side of the affordable housing conundrum. So there are all kinds of things that influence housing affordability. We'll get into those, but one thing is, pure supply and demand. The more supply there is, the better that can influence the prices of what is available. So this is just one small piece of that puzzle. And of course, it's not a complete discussion if we don't also roll in the effects of increasing supply, which we've talked a little bit as well about the fact that this is it's a companion piece to the concurrency management ordinance and the controls that has in place. So even if it's almost like you first have to show and be approved for the concurrency management piece of it in order to be able to even do anything. Then it becomes a question of how much can you do per year, and that's the question that we're talking about here.
I see what you're saying. I hear where you're going with that, and I agree. I mean, this is a huge mountain, and you can attack it from so many different ways. So I think it needs to be broken down into pieces. So, for example, we're talking about the developer allowances, the 25 number. Should it be removed, modified, or create waiver system or something like that? The municipalities are exempt. They're not part of that, right? So we're just talking about the county level here. The municipalities are going to do their thing. First, another small piece of that is, well, what are the municipalities thinking? So we can be in sync, or do we want to be different from them? Or should we just hear their input as to where they're headed with all this? Not that it would make any difference, but just to know. The other thing is, so just say we're dealing with the county. Okay, let's break this down into pieces. How many buildable lots, this is what Ralph was getting into earlier, are in the county? How many buildable acres is that? How do those acres fit into R10, R20, R40? How many units does that equal to? And where are they? If they're spread all over Carroll County, does it really help? A builder's not going to build 25 spread all over the place, but if it's in a space that allows, making numbers up, 100 buildable lots, and he could take the leash off and say, well, you know, you can build up to 100, or you can build 100, go at it. Fine. But does it also have to be 100 at R10 to get into the affordable housing? So it's multi-layered, and I think we really need to drill down and understand the data and where these buildable lots are and what the constraints are now. Because, look, affordable housing, you've heard it in 2 conferences you just recently attended. We're hearing it every other day from the governor's office. We hear it everywhere. It's going to require us to change some zoning, no question about it. It's going to require us to change R40s to R10s. It's going to require us to change multifamily, you know, thinking and structures and all that capacity. So, but we need to understand what we're dealing with to start, and then where do we need to make the changes? Because if there's clusters out there of properties that are developed or developable, is that right? Lovable.
Sounds good.
Word.
You know what I'm saying. Then that would be the target. That would be the area. 140. What is that along 140? Is any of that applicable to what we're talking about, or is it just no? You know, so we need to understand that. So
Yeah.
that's a question. There are questions I have.
Yeah,
'Cause
so
I think
we'll-
it's just too big of a opportunity, situation, problem, however you want to describe it, that you just stand at the bottom of the mountain and look up at it and go, oh, geez, how are we going to deal with this? I think we need to break it down into the finer points and attack those one by one as we formulate the strategy. And I think we kind of already know what our strategy has to be. We're hearing it from everywhere. We haven't really documented it verbatim or written it down as our strategy, but now we're getting into the tactics.
Right.
And the tactics are where the rubber hit the road, and we approach it that way. Otherwise, we would just sit here and spin our wheels.
So one of the things that I want to point you back to, and there's so much information that we are in the process of sharing with you, as particularly as part of the master plan update. We're trying to give it in some small bite-sized chunks. If you recall, we gave a presentation a few meetings ago on the buildable land inventory. We'll revisit that. We'll revisit that a couple of times, because that's a really critical piece of information, could help us understand where there are currently where there is currently development potential based on current zoning and land use designations. A lot of that information that we shared pointed to the fact that there are some developable areas in the Freedom area, but a lot of those lots are either located in the municipalities or their growth areas, or they're in the rural parts of the county. Now, as Mr. Huff pointed out, there are limitations to how much can be developed in the rural areas, either the ag or conservation zones. So currently, you can only do a 7-lot subdivision if you're not on water and sewer service. So as far as the 25 building permits, you're not even close to being affected by that. So, yeah, we do need to look at where there is existing potential, where potential could be created, and then that immediately puts us into a discussion about water and sewer service, because obviously if you're doing a 25-lot subdivision or more, you need some kind of public facilities. And of course, that also gets into all of our other public facilities, the schools, the roads, and fire and EMS and all that sort of stuff. It's a very complex discussion, and we are getting, we're chipping away little by little, growing in the understanding of what we're dealing with here and what some of the options may be for trying to achieve some of the things that the county wants to achieve. So we'll keep bringing those things in. But one of the questions I wanted to ask you, and Laura had asked earlier, was as far as this discussion goes, is there information, data, research, anything that, that you'd like to see the next time she comes back to you in mid-December, so that you can have a good, robust discussion about this?
Just one thing, Daphne. We're including the municipalities into this discussion. Is there going to be a time when representatives of any of the municipalities are going to be before us to talk about what their vision is of the future,
Yeah.
and what their capacities might be? I think that's a big piece of this puzzle.
Absolutely. We would like to have members from their planning commission and/or staff join you for probably a couple of different meetings to give you a sense of what they're thinking. A couple of municipalities are in the process of updating their comprehensive plans, so we can hear a little bit about what their vision is, and then kind of begin that conversation between the county and the towns about how we can best coordinate on kind of achieving a mutual sense of the direction that we want to take, that they want to take, and the best way to get there.
One thing too that I think that is important in us as a, I guess, a board and a county, is that we also have to do our part to have people understand that affordable housing is not a dirty word, it's not a bad word, and you know, love everybody that comes up and talks, no problems there, but we do have a lot of residents that are very set in their way. I've been here for 40 years. I don't want to see anything change. And you know, you can look at it as, depending on what newspaper you read or what news channel you watch, affordable housing could maybe have some people have a preconceived notion about it being something that it's absolutely not. So I think that we all also need to do our part to dispel, you know, any, you know, and it shouldn't be. I know, personal story with my wife and I, you know, we got lucky when we moved into the county, you know, X number of years ago. We just happened to stumble upon a house that was empty nesters. We were a young family coming in, and they, by the grace of, you know, whatever, they sold us the house for, you know, a number that we could afford. And my wife stays at home and all that good stuff. And young couples and families, they shouldn't have to hope to get lucky to find a house, or maybe find something that's barely habitable to get into the county. So that's what I was saying. I think that we need to, and I work in the construction industry, so I see it from PG, DC, Northern Virginia, Montgomery. Sometimes when you hear the phrase affordable housing, it's, oh God, you know, and it's really not that. So I just think we need to, I just wanted to make that point. We need to do what we can to dispel, I guess, that myth that it's a bad thing.
Now, you make a good point, and maybe it should be accessible housing, not affordable housing, just for a choice of words. I mean, we all know up here, but yes, you're absolutely right. I've heard that countless times. And I know, to Madam Chair's point, and I know staff's probably tired of me talking about this, but staff's heard me talk about MPDUs more than they probably care to at this point, because to me, it is going to take a multitude of pieces to make this puzzle work. It's not a one size, one answer fits all. But I think the challenge and the public perception, I think sometimes, is we're going to do something and it's either magically going to fix it or it's magically going to make it worse. And even if we were to make dramatic changes tomorrow, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be several years, if not, you know, longer out in the future. And you know, I know we all saw this about over a year ago, which was the economic land use study. And I keep talking about that too. But it's been a year. And obviously, planning and zoning only has so much involvement in that. But be it businesses or property owners looking to try to figure out what they can do. We've got businesses that want to increase here. They can't because there's no access to, you know, business commercial land or industrial land, the housing issues. And yes, we got a report a couple weeks ago about the possibility of where budget's looking to be potentially in the future. And I guess some people might look at that and go, oh, it's $30 million, hopefully. But that's not really a solution. at best, we're kind of kicking the can, so to speak. You know, I mean, Carroll County is 187 years old. I think we've more than grown up, and I think everybody keeps going, what do we want to be when we grow up? I think the real question is, where do we want to go directionally at this point? And we're not always going to all agree, but I think the question is, you know, we've been a bedroom community. We're not going to turn into Columbia. We have, you know, significant, you know, acreage in ag-pres, which I think has been good both from the standpoint of, you know, green space, agriculture industry, and also not causing all the needs for roads and so forth that we would need otherwise. But I think the real question is, where does this put us in the longevity of it? Are we going to have to put this on the backs of the taxpayers? And, you know, I'm not going to fool anybody. We're sitting there right now, even though budget's probably not on anybody's minds in certain groups, we got a large deficit several years out. So we have to figure out how to balance that. So my only point is, I agree with all of this being looked at, but I think we've got to, and, you know, I think the master plan's the perfect time to be doing this, but I think we've got to ask ourselves, not what do we want to be when we grow up, but what do we want to do from now to the next decade or so and stick to that plan? Because, you know, we can be many things. You know, Tawnytown is not Sykesville, Westminster's not Hampstead, but we need to do a really good job, and I think it takes all of us, commissioners, staff, and everybody, and the public. But part of it's going to come down to messaging. You know, we need to be willing to explain to people when they have misinformation. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I keep hearing how we have explosive growth, and I'm like, where? Perception's not reality when it's wrong. It needs to be corrected, and that's not picking on those that believe it's accurate, but we need to do a better job of making sure we explain to the public what's really going on in our county for all of us. So, just my thoughts.
Commissioner, I agree with just about everything you said. I don't think I'll ever agree to everything anybody says, but that's what discussions are about. But Carroll County does have a history of an attempt at affordable or housing. And the example to me is the Greens. Greens was put together with modest housing. Now, I don't know how many years ago, but I know I used to farm all that land. It's now all under houses, and that's fine. It's part of Westminster. But that project was put together, took quite a few years to do it, but it was what I would consider then, I saw it grow. And they were smaller homes meant for affordability, I guess you'd call it. New homeowners. And a lot of houses was put into that area. And that community is sustainable, it's there. Maybe we need to look backwards a little bit and say, you know, where did we go wrong that we went from those type of houses to these $800, $900 million homes on lots that are too big to mow and too small to farm. And there's where we need to look. And so we have examples in Carroll County of things that we've done right, and it's become, nobody's torn any of those houses down that I know of and had to rebuild them, and because viable families of all ilk are living there now. I think that's a good example, something we need to look at.
I think from a real estate point of view, that ground land is exponentially high. So when a developer looks at it, coupled with what it costs to develop it, you know, they come back and, well, we can't make that work for smaller homes. You know, we need to do the big homes. But I think if, as we move forward, we start looking at some ideas, some incentives, some ways to incorporate bigger homes with smaller homes, to make multi-generational communities, I think that's something that we need to. And I totally agree about affordable, which makes people cringe and say, oh, which is why Maryland came up with missing middle, and it kind of caught on nationwide through the real estate industry. So I think if we focus our talk less affordable and, speak other ways of saying it, that people will come around it and say, not in my backyard. Not say that, that's what I meant. Okay. So, do we need to give you something today on that? No, just keep thinking and,
Planted the seeds for you to think, and then we'll
Okay.
be back for further discussion.
okay. Okay. Good discussion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on anything? No. Any general public comment? Okay. So are we're done?
So we have a work session on master plan stuff scheduled. I've been advised that we need to adjourn this meeting. We have a scheduled break, and then we'll come back for the work session part as a separate meeting, basically.
Okay, then we are adjourned.
of meetings, really trying to frame out for you an understanding of what our current conditions are. If you recall from some previous master plan presentations, the first part of the update process is what I'll call an assessment phase. We're trying to get a sense of what our starting point is. What do we need to understand as we plan for and contemplate options for the future? We have to have that grounding in where we are now, what's been happening over the last 10 years since the last master plan was adopted, so that we can have all of the pieces of information and context that we need to think about what the future could look like. So we have a few different topics that we wanted to cover with you that seem to be really essential understandings for those master plan discussions. I'll just note that part of that, where we are now, what's been happening over the last 10 years, that will also be kicking off in the very near future, is a really robust outreach to the public to kind of get their read on things, what they think the priorities are, what they value the most in the county, what they want us to be looking at. I'll make a quick additional plug for some surveys that we've prepared that are out there on our master plan website. That's carroll2035.org. There are 2 surveys there. We're asking people to fill out one or both of them, just so that we can start to have a better understanding of where people are with things. And then once the new year rolls around, we'll have some additional outreach that we're going to be doing. Again, to try to fill in this understanding of where people are right now, so that as we look ahead, we're well grounded. So today we're going to be covering 3 different topics. You received copies of what we're calling topics and trends briefs. So they're kind of quick reads to give people a sense of what we're talking about. They are not meant to be deep dive, scholastic research, but really a quick read, 3-4 pages to give people kind of a high-level view of this topic. We certainly can come back and do deeper dives when that's necessary. But today what we wanted to do was touch on 3 of these that we've prepared just to get a conversation going. We're going to touch on changing demographics. We're going to touch on how we use our land. And we're also going to touch on this question of addressing stressed infrastructure. I have with me Tiffany Fawcett from our Comprehensive Planning Bureau, as well as Mary Lane. They're going to cover the how we use our land and addressing stressed infrastructure. I'll start off with changing demographics. And let me just say, before we dig into this, what I'd like to do is go over one set of information, then take a little pause and have some discussion on that. So if there are things that occur to you as we're going through this, especially if there are things that your brain says, that's something we really need to pay attention to in this master plan, or I think that would be a really great question to explore further down the road. We want to take note of that. So just have that in the back of your mind as we go through this. All right, so each of these topics and trends papers are broken into 3 sections. One is the trend, so trying to identify what we're talking about here. The other is the background and the impact that that trend has on us. And then the last section is a little bit of a section talking about the relevance to Carroll County. Why is this important for us to be talking about? So when we talk about changing demographics, and we've pulled together a whole lot of data, which you'll be seeing again in the future, there are really 3 trends that I think stand out The first is that we've had slow but steady population growth over the last 10 years. It's also projected to be slow and steady going into the future. The second is that since between the 2010 and the 2020 census years, Carroll County got slightly more diverse racially. It's not the same kind of diversity that you see in some of our neighboring counties, but it is a trend that we want to point out. And then the third is that we see some very distinct age cohort bubbles, if you will, that are emerging that we want to be attentive to. So yes, we've heard a lot about the aging population, the growth in the seniors that we can anticipate, but also we have to be attentive to the fact that there are going to be large numbers of people in, I was told to not use the word middle age, but I don't know what you want to call it, in the 30s and 40s category of age. And then, of course, the school-age populations. We'll dig into that a little bit, what some of the implications of that could be. But when we look at the demographic data, these are three of the trends that really stand out. So let's break into these a little bit more. Slow but steady growth. Population growth can happen through a lot of different ways. We have natural change, so that's when your population is growing through births, and that those births sometimes outpace the number of deaths. That's natural population increase. And here in Carroll County, births and deaths have been almost equal between 2010 and 2020, with only a slight favoring when it comes to births. It should be noted, though, that since the pandemic, deaths from the years 2020 to 2023 slightly outpaced the number of births. Most of the population growth in Carroll County has been the result of domestic migration to Carroll County from counties across Maryland and the U.S. So just to give you a sense of the domestic migration, about 26% of that were folks coming here from Baltimore County, about 16% were coming from Howard County, and about 11% were coming from Baltimore City. Carroll County also incurs its own losses in population as people move to other areas. So the big places where folks from Carroll County might move to include Frederick and York and Adams counties. Net migration to Carroll County is greater than the net loss, though, in most of the years from 2010 to 2020. We also want to point out that there's been a significant decline in the number of residential building permits since 2022, which can have an impact on the number of people who are moving here, since fewer units are attracting fewer people from other areas. That's that supply and demand that we were just talking about. Since the 2014 master plan was adopted, the county has averaged only 360 use and occupancy permits per year for new homes. So use and occupancy permits, for those who don't know, is what you get once a house is built and it's ready to be inhabited. So that's a really good indicator of our pace of growth.
And that excludes municipalities, right? That's just county?
No.
Or is that total? That's everybody?
Towns don't issue their
It's
own.
total.
Yeah,
It's
towns
total.
don't issue their own building permits. They all go through the county.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We did see a little bump in the 2021 and 22 years, consistent with sort of pandemic-related dynamics. So we went up to 514 UNOs in those, an average of 514 in those 2 years. But then in 2023, we only had 186. So a little bit of a a wave there, but we're preparing a much denser data book for everybody who wants to just dig into the data that will give you these numbers in charts and graphs. But the big thing is that 360, since our last master plan was adopted, is our average number of new use and occupancy permits. When you look at years past, those numbers, in some years were up around 1,000. So, again, a good tie-in to our discussion about the 25 building permit cap. That was put in place when we had a very different development landscape, and you'll see those in future meetings when we're looking at some of those historical charts. The last thing on this slide I wanted to point out is that population is projected to grow more slowly than other counties in the region between now and 2050. Right now, we're sitting at an estimated population of probably just over 176,000, and population projections have our increase of about 6,650 households, or 15,500 people between now and 2015, or 2050, sorry. So I just want to note that those population projections are based on past and current growth, use and occupancy permits, and also based on our current zoning, our future land use designations, and to a degree our water and sewer capacity in the service areas. So if we're talking about what could have an impact on those projections, things like looking at expanding the potential for housing, or creating zoning changes that would allow for different types of housing, those sorts of things that we've been talking a little bit about, those could influence the population projections. They're not just a straight, here's what we've been doing in the past and that's what we anticipate doing in the future. Just so you understand that it kind of takes a lot of different things into consideration. The second trend is that the county is becoming slightly more racially diverse. So in 2010, the non-white population accounted for about 7% of the county's population. In 2020, that had increased to 14%, with the biggest change being in the number of people who identified as two or more races, which was a difference from 2% in 2010 to 6% in 2020. And then the third trend that we want to talk about when it comes to demographics is the impact of the baby boom generation and the millennial generation. So you can see on these two charts here the census numbers from 2020, and then the most recent projections for 2040, which are also referred to as round 10 projections. So we are projecting that that baby boom generation, which is currently, if you look on the Census 2020 chart, is kind of in the, well, that generation is categorized as folks who were born between 1946 and 1964. So that's kind of the upper reaches of the Census 2020 dark blue area there and getting into the light blue area. But you can see that little bubble sort of start to move down in the 2040 projections, so that it's making up a bigger portion of the population in the future than it does right now. There's another trend, though, that we need to be keeping our eye on. So you can see when you look at the 2040 graph there, or chart there, not only is there a little bubble down at the upper age ranges to account for the baby boom generation, but then in the middle there, those folks who will in 2040 be in their 30s and 40s accounts for the millennial generation and a little bit of the early Gen Z generation. Unsurprisingly, there is a consistent bump in the number of school-age children then. So if you have people who are kind of all in the age where they're maybe having kids, starting their families, you would expect to see that concurrent bump in the school-aged population as well. So a few things that come to mind in terms of why this is important. First, when we look at the aging population, there is a projection that the group quarters population will increase. So these are folks who will be needing some form of assisted living in the near or distant future. We also have something called the old age dependency ratio. So this is the ratio of people who are older than 64 to the working age population, so people who are between 15 and 64. That is going to increase from the 2022 number of 28.5 to a 2040 projection of 40.2. In other words, for everybody who's over 64 right now, we have 28.5 people who are in the working age population. Do I have that right? Hold on. The ratio, I'm sorry. For 2022, there are 28.5 people who are over the age of 64 for every 100 people who are in the working age population. But by 2040, that'll increase to 40.2. I got it. Okay. So a couple of things that we want to point out in terms of the relevance to Carroll County. If we touch on the slow growth, this can have both pros and cons. So we know that slower growth can help protect the rural and low-density character of the county. However, it also impacts our ability to maintain or provide new public services and facilities, and can impact the housing availability and affordability. As far as the slightly more diverse characteristics of the population, this is expected to continue, this trend. And this can have far-reaching implications that include, on the one hand, a greater diversity of things like culinary, religious, and cultural traditions and languages making their way into our communities, but also the possibility that these changes won't be universally embraced. Change is always a difficult thing for folks to be comfortable with, regardless of what kind of change that is. When it comes to the age cohort bubbles, we know that the senior population is projected to continue growing, which in turn is expected to increase the demand for services such as assisted living, senior transportation services, and institutional care. At the same time, the largest demographic group in the next 10 years will be the millennial generation, which will make up a large share of the wage-earning population, responsible for contributing the most to the facilities and services that dependent populations such as seniors and children rely on. So just to kind of close things out here, just a note that population growth is affected by a lot of things besides natural and historical trends, including the availability and cost of housing, the availability of jobs, and regional and national trends around locational factors that influence how people decide where they want to live. The master plan will need to consider how the changing demographic trends that the county has experienced over the last 10 years might continue or be different, and whether land use patterns need to change in response. So with that, I just want to pause and ask for some of your reflections. I have a couple of questions here in case that helps get the discussion going. So the first one is, what information or data particularly stood out to you? The second one is, what could we continue to get more information on as we go through the master plan process? And then the third one is, are there any tentative recommendations that we could possibly put in something like, I call it a parking lot, for future consideration? I want to just kind of keep a running list of some of these things so that we know, as you're hearing this information and it's fresh in your mind, we can capture them and then revisit those issues when the time is ripe.
Well, I can start out. In the future, it's obvious that an older population is going to be here and will need certain services. Now, I know that, especially in Eldersburg, they're starting to build over 55 housing, but I think that needs to be emphasized more to try to get developers to do more of that, because it's obviously going to be a need in the future. So whatever we can do to try to encourage that, I think would be helpful.
When you say emphasize more, are you talking about countywide?
Countywide.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Along that, that it's almost like a barbell thing we got going on here, and we're looking for entry-level affordable housing, however we define that, while we have 40.2 of every 100 going to be in the, what is it, 65 and
65,
over population. So we got two things going on here. So, yeah, the senior living, whatever that might be, whether it's 55 older, whether it's assisted living facilities, whether it's whatever, that needs to be addressed as much as the the entry-level housing.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I'm rambling, can I ramble? Because when I was reading this, I was thinking, okay, so what are the drivers? Howard County, obviously much wealthier county, huge DC influence there. But my wife and I, we lived in Howard County. We moved from Catonsville to Howard County. One of the reasons we moved there was because of the schools. Schools are fantastic. Schools were ranked highest, I guess, if I can recall properly, in the state.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we wanted to go. There's foreign countries. We have friends and family that live in Howard County. There's foreign countries that apply to live in Howard County to bring their children to the Howard County school system. Talk about a magnet, an influx of people for that reason. So that's a driver. They have water. They have gas. I remember when we moved from Howard County, we moved to Pittsburgh. that was a mistake, but it was a job-related move. We were up there for 5 years, and then when we moved back, we were looking at Carroll County, because my job brought me back to a regional thing and based out of Delaware. It was close, you know, I don't need to get into all that stuff. But when we were looking in Carroll County, we heard the words well and septic. We were like, what is that? I mean, is that, you know, that was kind of a turnoff, to be honest with you. Because we were used to public water and sewer and that stuff. When we had gas, ranges, we had gas stove or whatever. It's not too much around here of gas. I mean, propane is what it is and all that. So maybe that's something the county could look at. I don't have any idea what the expense is, any idea all that other side of it, but to make the county more attractive. I think they might be turnoffs to folks moving out here, because, you know, they're not used to well and septic. They hear bad things about, you know, when your well goes up or your pump stop pumping and, you know, all that, and your well runs dry. You know, stop sign, you know, for folks. I'm just thinking. You know, I don't think you know, I think about the time and distance to travel to work. I know we have a lot of folks that travel through the county or out of the county to go to work. I don't think that's a big deal. I think people that live in Howard County and Frederick County commute down to DC. And that's a hell of a lot worse commute than Carroll County to Baltimore County or Baltimore City. Believe me, I did it for 3 years from Carroll County to DC, and it stinks. So I don't think that's a big barrier. You know, certainly you have to have transportation, roads, accessible, you know. But I don't think that's like a big stop sign for folks to come here. But I would just think, you know, we need to have affordable, you know, entry-level housing, and we need to have, and at the same level of importance as the senior living. The data showing senior living is going to be, well, it's already here, and it's just going to grow.
Daphne, there are some things here that, just some thoughts. I remember a time, and I'm sure I could pull that graph back up, when there was a projection of, I'm talking about, let's see, maybe 25 years ago, 20 years ago, there was a graph that was put together and shown many times at public meetings in Carroll County, where there was an intersection of the time when we would be losing open land, farmland, in lieu of development. And there was the graph crossed up in like the 2038 area. Well, we stopped that. That's not gonna happen now. That graph is not gonna, it is no longer viable because of decisions that were made. So we crossed that barrier, and we're patting ourselves on the back because of the things we've done. And in a way, don't break your arm, but we should be patting ourselves. But the biggest wild card here is the advancement of technology. We don't know how quickly technology is going to take over. So it could solve the traffic problem with a non-drivable Uber car. You know, things like that could solve a lot of these problems. Or something that the commissioners are talking about now. And Tom, I don't know if you made a decision on this or not, but you were talking about prefab or modular homes. Well, the technology of prefab and modular homes is beyond the pale. I mean, it's just amazing what can be done. So all these things could be interlocked quicker than we ever imagined. And that's the thing. We're sitting here saying, what have we done from this point to this point? And then you look 10 years into the future, which we're trying to do here, where technology could either solve this problem or make it a lot worse. I'm betting on solving the problem, and technology could make make use of this. Affordable housing, or whatever you want to call it, Tom, could be a part of this, because modular homes, prefab homes, boy, that's good stuff now. And they're making them better and better all the time with technology. People's living habits based on technology, what they expect out of that, could be also part of this. You know, it could be part of the transportation dilemma or not. And they're the wild cards, Daphne, that we'll never get a handle on because of how rapidly all this is moving. So, you know, there are some things as you pull out of this, though, that we can utilize. And what is the status of that, Tom? I saw a mention of it somewhere about modular or prefab homes. You had a discussion about it, didn't you?
We had a discussion last Thursday, and if memory serves, I think we've left the record open for 10 days for additional conversation on that.
So were developers and builders, are they the ones that advanced this idea, or where did it generate? What generated this discussion?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe some of that's out of the state housing.
Yeah, that was
The governor.
HB 538?
Yes.
538, yeah. So we have to require certain types of housing in our single-family zones. And so what was at public hearing was something that you all had seen earlier related to modifications to our code to allow those things that the state law was requiring.
No, I don't think we can manufacture water except to do what Westminster's thinking about, and boggles my mind there about water, because I've stopped drinking. But anyway, you get my drift.
Technology, though.
But the septic part of it, even that, the technology is gonna change dramatically, where maybe the plants that we have in the areas that we have the plants in could really maybe be what all we need based on better technology as it moves on. But it's costly. It's costly.
No question.
And that goes back then to what Tom says, that you know, whatever we do here, you know, how much of this can the taxpayer bear and how much can't they bear? And I think more and more the burden is gonna be put on the local government to do this, because the state has made some mistakes as far as funding and where it's gonna go. And we're gonna have to bear the brunt of that, and that's all part of this also.
Yeah, one of the
Back off my
challenges of
soapbox.
one of the challenges of master planning is always that you're kind of put in the position of trying to look into a crystal ball, and there are so many things that we don't necessarily know or can't accurately predict. There are a whole lot of things with these topics and trends briefs that we want to be able to share with you. We're starting off with the things that are real tangible, that we know are already at play. But things like autonomous vehicles, or even things like 3D printed houses, which are happening, and I mean, there are entire communities of them that exist down in Texas. They can be printed in a matter of days and ready to outfit for living. It's incredible what could happen. We can share some of those kind of more fringe types of trends with you in the future. For now, we want to kind of stick with what we've got our fingers already in.
And I'm not asking you to do that. I mean, I don't want to go to Never Never Land.
Yeah, but like you said, that, I mean, you never know. It just takes one person or one kind of leap in technology to all of a sudden change the landscape, regardless of whether we are ready for it or not. And I think some of the AI stuff that we're seeing right now is already part of our daily conversations, where maybe a year or two ago, for the average person, it wasn't really part of our daily lives.
Yeah, I think the idea of keeping in mind how best can we serve the public by keeping the quality of life as high as we can for them. And it's always not about the dollars and cents as quality of life goes. It's a lot about environment and a lot of the other things that we may be able to control. So it's a big subject, big topic, huge.
I'd make one comment. I don't keep up with the school board. My kids are all out of school now, so it doesn't bother me a whole lot, except, we're always worried about school capacity. And, there was a time where Carroll County built a lot of schools, and, we redistricted a couple times, and everybody got thrown off the school board for that. What are we doing going forward? I know we don't have a whole lot of control on what the school board decides, but I know all of our schools in southern Carroll County are very full, and there's a lot of other ones that aren't that full and don't really hear any plans, and just minor additions on the schools and nothing really coming down the pike to, we have a growth area, but it's going to be limited on what we can get done unless they do something drastic at some point.
No, it's a great point, and you're absolutely right. As we all know, that's up to the school system, not to brush that their direction. I mean, there's going to be an addition on the one school down in the southern part of the county, and I think that's going to be done, what is that, Daphne, in about, is that 2 years from now or 3? I can't remember exactly.
Freedom Elementary.
Freedom.
I feel like it's two.
Yeah, I think it was 2.
Thought it was 2. And then, of course, there were concerns by some of the public relating to the limited number of properties the commissioners just approved. I think that was, 9 homes, if I'm not mistaken. And, we all sat here and listened to the fact that, the developers talked to the school system, they used the school system's formula, and they said it would be no more than, I believe, if I remember correct, 3 children. But, again, it's messaging. Again, it's how we get that information out, be it us, be it the school system, be it whoever. But you had people reaching out that had severe concerns because of those 9 homes were going to crack something when the school system's telling us it's 3 kids in elementary school based off their proposed formulas. So, I think the real question, and I know there's been some conversations in open meetings upstairs, which have been mentioned and been online. It's the school system, I think it was a year ago, was looking at doing some sort of minimal redistricting. If our memory serves, they halted that. And, unfortunately or fortunately, that the ball's in their court to make those decisions. But obviously, that's going to create pressure on everything else countywide.
I guess the other comment I would have is, of course, other quality of living things, of course, I'm out next to Frederick County, not real close to town, been a big internet user forever and started out with phone lines and DSL. We got on the fringe of that, then it became no good. We got direct line of sight. Now, I guess, was that money funneled from the county to do some fiber optics in different areas, or was that?
County's done some, but I mean, there's been a decent amount of that recently that's been federal funded.
Federal
So
funded?
they're trying to get those final miles, and that's still an ongoing process. I mean, as we all know, living in Carroll, there's some pretty interesting spots to try to get internet service, be it far out, or you could be, 3 minutes outside of Manchester, and it's a struggle.
Yeah, but with the number of people, I guess the number of people working at home is kind of going back the other way, because people are starting to draw people back into the office, but.
I think you're correct in that to a point, but I think the other thing is we've become, to your point, when we first had internet, it was phone, and then it was, DSL, but it's become, I don't want to say a necessity, but it's much more commonplace. And then, whether we're looking at it from the standard of the general public or you're looking at students, which became very obvious during COVID, there's a population that doesn't have access. They don't have it at home. Not to go off on a tangent, but since you brought this up, I was at the Westminster Public Library on a tour a couple months ago, and of course they have a computer area there for the public, but then they also have printers there where they allow the public to utilize printers. So, not everybody owns a printer. So there's a lot of different things where technology is incredibly needed, and we have a lot of good institutions and organizations that are trying to fit those goals for the general public.
Anything that strikes you that you really want some more information on as we go through the master plan process, or anything that we want to kind of call out specifically for digging into as a possible recommendation? So far, I've got the need to emphasize both senior housing as well as entry-level housing in response to what we expect population age-wise. The need to look at what's actually driving the population growth. And maybe even kind of seeing what other things are on the horizon as far as, in particular, technological advances that could impact our growth or our growth potential. And of course, the need to make sure that we're keeping our eye on schools, school capacity, the need for schools, and the need to make sure that there's capacity for the projected school-aged population.
And we've touched on this before, Daphne, but to me, it's like the chicken and the egg, and that it goes back to where do we have land that's available for commercial industrial development? And so if you look at the airport area out here, I mean, that's a nice, clean area. How much of that is yet to be developed, or how close to it is it to be developed out? I mean, we can't just keep relying on that area. So where else? And, you know, my thoughts keep going back to the I guess it's I call it the albatross right now, but the Leashar property that sits down there wide open, right close to I-70. What would it take, and how much would it take, and how could that work in our favor as far as industrial development to make it kind of like what we have out here at the airport, which I think is a model type situation out there? I think that's another big part of it. Does Carroll County have the capacity to be more than a bedroom community? And if we do, how can we make it so, other than a bedroom community? It's always going to be that in a respect. But if we're going to keep people here, or if we're going to provide jobs or whatever, we need a place for those jobs to be created. We can't create them, but we can find a place for it. So where are the corridors? Where is it? Is it along 140 extended? You know, do you stop at Finksburg, or do you go on? I mean, where? And I go back to that one big property down there that got nixed pretty quickly by litigation. And
But it's now owned by the county, right?
it is now owned by the county, correct? Yet.
Has the
And
commissioners
we got a
talked
lot of
about
money.
that at all?
There's a lot of money involved in that. And so what can we do with it? And maybe that's part of what we're looking at here. And this is just this is a personal comment, but I hope we're finished building $30 million schools and selling them for $1.5 million. Big mistake. So.
All right. Well, thank you for the good discussion. I've got lots of good notes. And I think now we're going to bump over to, before I go on, I just want to call out by name Kathleen Comer, who works in the Comprehensive Planning Bureau. She does demographics and GIS work for the Bureau, and she was the one who put together the vast majority of the information that I shared with you. So big shout out to her.
Did a good job.
Okay, can you hit escape? There we go. I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany Fawcett to walk you through how we use our land.
I did work on this with Claire Stewart from our bureau as well, and she is taking care of her brand new gorgeous little baby, and so she can't be here with us today. I'm going to go over how we use our land, and Claire and I created the topics and trends brief that I do believe you have before you. And as Daphne did, we'll start with the trends, and we'll go through the background and impact, and then the relevance here in Carroll County. And we'll start with the trend of how we use our land. Land use patterns shape both the physical and social landscape of a community, and that can promote balanced growth, protect natural resources, minimize infrastructure costs, reduce traffic congestion, and preserve land. And overall, it does have an effect on the overall quality of life for the residents of the county. Sorry, should have already done that. The most significant changes that we've had, I apologize, I'm going to go back up here a little bit. I am not as familiar with doing this as my cohorts here. The trend since the 1960s, Carroll County has been taking strides to manage growth and direct it to areas most suited to serve that growth. Overall, the development patterns established over the last several decades have followed what was envisioned when planning began in the 1960s. Densities and intensities of development in the growth areas have been lower than those seen in other parts of the Baltimore metropolitan region, and the most significant changes to how we use our land have been related to the adoption of the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan in 2018. The following of this presentation describes the land use patterns and challenges that have occurred outside the municipalities, but it is important to recognize that Carroll's municipalities play a critical role in fulfilling the vision for how we use our land throughout the county. That's a little different than what Daphne had presented. So some of her numbers did have the municipalities' numbers included in them, and what we have here in the topics and trends brief does not include those. So on to the background and impact. We'll go through the decades here and some of the more critical turning points over the last 60 years. In the 1960s, it was marked with it was a pivotal decade for county planning, with the adoption of the county's first interim zoning code, subdivision regulations, master plan, water and sewer plans, and major road plans. The designated growth areas were also defined by places with existing or planned public services. The 1970s had growing recognition of the need to protect resources outside the DGAs, or designated growth areas. The comprehensive rezoning of the agricultural zoning district addressed the rate at which farmland was being lost to development. The minimum lot size of half an acre that had been established in 1965 was increased to 1 acre, and the density was set to 1 unit per 20 acres. In the 1980s, there was a focus on lower density use with when the county acknowledged that public water and sewer services would not be extended to Finksburg. And it also marked the start of the Ag Preservation Program in the 1980s, with the first easement being established. In the 1990s, they were characterized mostly by growth management initiatives, including state legislation designed to curb sprawl, promote economic growth in existing communities, and protect natural resources. The Adequate Public Facilities and Concurrency Management Ordinance was also adopted in the 1990s. And in the 2000s, the first update to the master plan was adopted. This update retained the overall vision still of the 1964 plan by continuing to direct growth to the designated growth areas. And then state legislation further promoted smart growth through this creation of priority preservation areas, and also required a municipal growth element. In the 2010s, it included the 2014 county master plan that reaffirmed the visions of the previous master, that should say plans, targeting the designated growth areas to receive the majority of development, establishing priority funding areas while continuing to preserve productive farmland and protect natural resources. That's the state legislation also in the 2010s had limited large lot residential development served by private septic systems. And that, if I go back to the 1980s, I do believe it was, that yes, and that was when acknowledged that public water and sewer services would not be extended to Finksburg. And then in the 2010s, the state legislation limited large lot residential developments served by private septic systems. And those do kind of play into the Finksburg situation that now exists. Some more background to land, how we use our land is zoning. Zoning regulations, of course, literally define how we are allowed to use our land and, to an extent, what a geographical area looks like. Zoning over the last 10 years has changed, has had several changes, and many of those changes that affect zoning are annexations, rezonings, and amendments to legislative text or maps. And significant changes over the last 10 years are also noted in our annual reports that come out every year that we do. We bring those before you in June for your approval and adoption of those. And most of what is in this presentation and in the brief does come, the information is available, but not compiled like this for the 10 years in the annual reports that you see. So it includes 32 annexations. The 1,371 parcels that were rezoned as part of the 2019 comprehensive rezoning do include, there were changes to the actual districts, as in they were called business general, business neighborhood, and then they were changed to commercial or industrial, so that does include all of those properties that were formerly under those, and they were the old designations, and they were rezoned to the new designations.
So are most of those close to the municipalities or around the municipalities, the 1,371 parcels? Is that what we're talking about?
Many of them would have been in the Freedom District, actually.
Oh, down the Freedom area, okay. Okay.
More background and impact. Land use patterns can be established both through development, which converting land from one use, such as farmland, to another, such as housing, schools, or parkland, and also by land preservation, having significant impacts on the county's economy, environment, and quality of life. Over the past 10 years, as you can see here, the land use patterns in the county have most been influenced by the permanent protection of over 15,000 acres of agricultural land. Conversion or redevelopment of land to non-residential or residential uses has affected about 4,300 acres. And I'll just let you look at these for a little bit. The one thing of note here is in the 10 years, you can see that the approved residential site plans and subdivisions, the acres, is smaller than the approved non-residential site plans and subdivisions. And that is because it's acreage. When we go to the next slide, you'll see that the actual number of permits is much smaller in reverse. So it's just a different way of looking at how the land is used and how much of the land is used in a certain way. This just shows where we are in the development process down there at permits, right above UNOs. And this does not include the municipalities. We were able to extract that with thanks for the permits department as well as technology department. And here is what building permits have been issued in the county over the last 10 years by use. So in our own permits department, these are the uses that we issue the permits by. So residential, business, professional, utility building, whatever the planned use is. And permits, these are the new construction building permits. Permits are a key regulatory tool in managing land development, ensuring that construction complies with zoning laws, building codes, and environmental regulations. I'm going to also show here building permits issued by type of use. So again, the same uses are applied here, but these are the permits issued by each zoning district over the last 10 years. And there you can see that since we did have the rezoning in 2019, the comprehensive rezoning, and all of those business generals changed to either I-1, I-2, C1, C2, C3 as districts. They're still accounted for here as their original district, but they're quite minimal in the development that has occurred there. And you can also see that most of development that has occurred, even though it tops out at in 2017 at just above 250 units that year of residential units, that's still overwhelmingly what has been built permit-wise. Again, different from acreage coverage, but permits that have been issued, and that is new construction again. So land use. The county has been growing and changing over the past 10 years, but general patterns of land use have remained fairly consistent. These two charts show land use in Carroll County based on Maryland state tax assessment land use codes for 2013 and 2024. Again, it's a different way of looking at the information of what's on the ground and how land is being used, whether it's by permit, by acreage, or here by actual use of the way that it's being taxed by the state. Again, agricultural is overwhelmingly the majority here, but there have been slight differences between over the last 10 years. So the charts show changes in land use from 63% to 58% of agriculture. And in the residential, it went up from 25% to 27%. Again, not including the municipalities. And the part that says at the top there that there was an increase over the last 10 years from 2% to 4%, it's null, it's blank. It's just that the SStat or the state doesn't have information on that parcel, on those parcels. And somehow that has increased, but we didn't follow through with what exactly that increase, how that increased. So when we're looking at the ag land that has a land use that has lost 5%, take into account that is 5 that has gone there as well. And then the other uses that can also be assessed by taxes for the state, if it was under 1%, I just didn't add them up there at all. And they didn't change. It was 1% in 2013, it's still 1%. And that's all the other uses that aren't labeled on the pie charts there. So then we come to the relevance to Carroll County. Carroll County will grow in a pattern as defined by land use and zoning. The majority of residential, commercial, and industrial development occurs within the growth areas where infrastructure exists and is planned. That's been the same for the last 60 years, and seems to be the direction that is promoted in the state as well. Even with very limited growth in the county, commercial and industrial development has lagged behind the residential development, resulting in more housing without a corresponding increase in local places of work. And that is, of course, what gets its reputation as the bedroom community. And so, just like Daphne's last slide here, we'll go on to discussion. What information or data stood out to you? What could we continue to get more information on as we go through the master plan process? And are there any tentative recommendations that we could put in a parking lot for future consideration?
Could you go back to the two charts for a second?
These or?
Yes, those. I know you mentioned that SStat really didn't have any information, but I'd like to know more about this null or blank, because it doubled since in almost 10 years. So, I mean, what is that? That's kind of interesting to me. I mean, the residential, I expected to go up a little. Agriculture, I could see that maybe changing a bit, but most of it hasn't really changed that exponentially. But that null and blank area just kind of makes me a little curious as to what is that?
Yeah.
I have found that at times, if we're looking just at GIS and we're looking at parcel data, and this would be most likely based on parcels, the roads could sometimes, if we're seeing those, show up as null in the databases. We can get further information on that.
I appreciate it. I'm just curious, because like in 2013, you know, the null area equals the same as commercial or exempt and industrial combined. And then, you know, looking over at the current, you're looking at 4%, which would be commercial plus the exempt plus the industrial. So it's a pretty significant percentage in comparison to those other areas where we're getting, you know, some tax money off of. I'd be curious just to know, why is that? I appreciate that.
So what do we want our growth rate to be? I mean, from the changing demographics, you know, over the next, what was it, 25 years, a total of 6% over 20, not 6% a year, but 6% in that 25-year period. That's hard to define for me as growth.
Yeah.
So what do we want it to be? Should we attack it that way? Should we say we want to have 5%, making numbers up, 5% growth a year, and what does that consist of? Well, it consists of residents, it consists of residential, it consists of commercial, it consists of industrial. Look, we're ag heavy. 85% of the land in the county is agricultural. Only, what, 12% of it's residential? So that's our balance. So what do we want it to be? And then how could we make that happen? How can we drive zoning? How can we drive comprehensive rezoning to make that happen or facilitate that goal to happen?
We need to focus some more, that's good English, on industrial and commercial. I mean, it's definitely our economic is lacking. So what do we need to do to move that forward? We have ground that's out there, so.
Yeah, we have designated growth areas. Why not hone in on developing a designated industrial area or designated commercial area?
Yeah.
You know, with access to roads and housing, all those things that kind of need to happen to support that, but, yeah.
Yeah, I'm struggling to remember what the, Clemel Road, what is that parcel of ground that's been designated next to the Legacy School? What?
It's, I believe that's Employment Campus.
Right.
Yeah.
So when are we going to, I guess, focus on expanding that, making that something that turns into built on?
Daphne, are we gonna have the economic development people in here to talk about what they see as the trends as far as attracting business and, you know, like, we used to drag Jack in here and he'd give us a spiel about where he was, where
Yeah.
the department is and how the county is looking at certain things. Is there a time for them to sit up here and tell us what the trends are in their minds?
We can certainly invite them. We actually have one of these topics and trends briefs that we've put together on economic development,
Okay.
which will be at our next
Okay.
meeting.
I'm getting ahead of myself here.
But I also just want to note that I think the economic development and land use study was mentioned earlier. That was commissioned specifically to support some of our master plan discussions. And so one of the things that we'll be doing, both for that and the housing study, and probably one or two other topics, is gathering together I call it a work group, a group of people to really dig into the meat of those and to say, what do we want to do with this information? How can it inform this process? And we'll talk about how we want to form those work groups and who's going to be on them and all that sort of stuff in the very near future. But that'll be where I think we can really start to benefit from the work that went into that and move some of the recommendations from that study into something that can be integrated into the master plan.
Just for example, like the spice company that's over in Hampstead, in that area. And you look at where that's located and then the area around it, and then you just ask yourself, how hard, what kind of a heavy lift would it have been? Of course, it's water over the dam. I don't want to see this happen again, where you just jump across the road and look at North Carroll High School to sit there empty. Could that have been an expanded area for something that we never even thought about? And so was that a missed opportunity that we don't want to have happen again? So, you know, when I made that remark that I made, that's what I was referring to, that, you know, we had something there that just we lost. And so I feel like in that instance, that just about every citizen in Carroll County lost in that deal, because there should have been, or could have been, some kind of a hard look at it. I mean, there are beautiful facilities right across the road for development campus, or a developed area for industrial commercial. You jump across the road, and what could have been, we don't want that to happen again. That's going to be a thorn in the side of the county for a long, long time. We don't want that to happen again.
So who replaced Jack?
Denise Beaver is the Director of Economic Development.
Yeah, maybe we need to just meet her so we know who, because I'm like you. I know Denise, but I didn't realize. And we need to become familiar with these souls. They're, you know, good people who are working hard. I'd like to know who they are.
Yeah, we'll reach out to them and see if they can either come to our next meeting or which meeting they'll be able to sit and have some good conversation with you.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear who's approaching the county and who the county's approaching.
Some of that's.
Some of that's a little
Some of that
confidential.
you're not going to want to do on the
It's
television.
information, but even maybe a trend of what we're trying to attract.
Yeah.
Because up to now, I think they've done a pretty doggone good job. And there's just really good jobs out there from these industries that have come into this county, and we've lost a few. But that's the way it works. That's the way it works.
Okay.
All right.
This was good, thank you.
Yes.
Got one more.
Thank you for hanging in there. I know it's getting to be lunchtime, and hopefully everyone's blood sugar isn't tanking too much.
Oh, this thing?
We have one more on addressing stressed infrastructure. Mary's going to present this to you. I will give you just a quick heads up. It covers a fair amount of different types of infrastructure. So as we get through this conversation, if there are particular ones that you want us to then go back and do some deep dives and that kind of thing, just make a note of that, and we'll pull together some research and come back to you.
Okay. As Daphne said, the next and last presentation today is about addressing stressed infrastructure. The focus of this discussion is that usually discussions around growth and the cost of infrastructure focus on the needs caused by new development. And the facilities that we'll be talking a little bit about are schools, roads, bridges, water and sewer facilities, parks, and solid waste facilities. But an important consideration as we go through the master plan is also how to continue to adequately fund the maintenance of the infrastructure that was put in place during the years that Carroll County excuse me, was experiencing high rates of growth. So that's really the focus on this, is we usually think about what we're going to need to support the new growth, but we also have to think about what we've already got and how we're going to maintain it. So really the questions that we asked in this are things like, are elements of our public infrastructure aging or becoming stressed without the revenue needed to replace or repair them? What has improved or gotten worse? What are the implications or limitations that these systems have? And as we embark on the master plan, what is the significance of this assessment? And I worked with Claire Stewart, again, home with her new baby, on this, and we spoke with the county employees in the agencies that are directly responsible for this. So just as a starting point, new development, as we've been talking about for a few hours now, has slowed since the 1990s and early 2000s and remained relatively flat over the past 10 years, as you can see by this graph. But at the same time, facilities have continued to age, requiring increased funding with federal, state, and county resources. So first is schools. The County Board of Education is responsible for 40 school buildings. Each one is expected to last 40 years. There are obviously repairs and improvements that go on in the interim way, but after 40 years, they're expected either to be modernized completely or replaced. Most schools in our system were constructed in the 80s and 90s, and a few are actually over 40 years old. The CIP includes funds for less than the identified needs. And these needs are identified annually. It's required by the state that Bill Kane comes before you actually to talk about the Educational Facilities Master Plan. And there's a number of identified needs. And again, our CIP doesn't meet all those needs. So the primary funding sources for school improvements are local income tax revenue and state funds. But it should be noted that state funding has been insufficient as construction costs have increased and CIP funding has stayed level. And it's also important to point out that the blueprint for Maryland will probably exacerbate this problem. So the next system to discuss is water and sewer systems. As you're aware, the county is responsible for the system in Freedom, which is also supports Sykesville and also the Hampstead wastewater and several small systems throughout the county. But with those exceptions, the municipalities are responsible for their own facilities. Expansions are developer and homeowner funded, as you know. And the pumping stations that they put in are expected to last 20 to 30 years. But the issue is that maintenance is then turned over to the county. So the county has a planned rehabilitation program in place through 2056. And the maintenance is primarily funded through the Utilities Enterprise Fund, which generates its own revenue. It generates usually between $15 and $16 million a year, and it has to balance itself. In last year's CIP, there was $8.6 million for upgrades. So solid waste, the Bureau of Solid Waste oversees the operation of the Northern Landfill and Recycling Center. This was designed in the mid-'80s, began operations in 1988, there were very few improvements made to it. It was not a high priority until recently. In 2021, the Board of County Commissioners purchased 326 acres adjacent to it for expansion, needed expansion of operations. And again, this is an enterprise fund, so it's funded through the Solid Waste Revenue Fund. But as far as the expansion of the landfill, which will be needed, additional sources of funding will need to be found. Regarding parks, Carroll County oversees 32 parks and facilities. Now, this doesn't include, like most of these or any of these, it doesn't include municipal, but the county oversees 32 parks and facilities. Again, the pattern is most of them were constructed during the kind of boom years, the late 80s and 90s, when there was a lot going on. Their current focus is not on new parks, but on maintaining existing equipment and small-scale improvements to the parks, because park infrastructure replacement is on a 20-year life cycle through program Open Space. And then matching funds also have to be provided by the CIP. So this is another case where some park maintenance is supported by user fees, but most is through the general fund. Regarding dams, Carroll County owns and maintains over 100 small stormwater dams, many of which were built in the 80s and 90s, as well as overseeing 2 dams that could pose a risk to life or property. That's Piney Run down in Eldersburg, as well as the Farm Museum in Westminster. So the Bureau of Resource Management does maintain a comprehensive inventory to budget for the repair and replacement of these funds and maintenance, of these facilities, and maintenance of small stormwater dams is through MPDES compliance funds, CIP-funded restoration program, and state and federal grants. New dams are added every year to the inventory, and they are designed to last 50 to 100 years with regular maintenance. So the last of the facilities to discuss is roads and bridges. The county oversees the maintenance of 931 miles of road and 156 bridges. There are metrics that they measure the condition of the roadways and the bridges on, and the condition of the roadways has remained at a satisfactory level in recent years. But it was pointed out to us by the Department of Public Works that there's a backlog for this maintenance that has grown to $90 million, by $90 million between the 10-year period between the master plans. There's been a slight increase in the number of deteriorated bridges, which you can see by the accompanying graph. Maintenance of roads is primarily through the state's highway user revenue funds, which are generated from the state's gasoline tax. These have been declining in recent years for a number of reasons, as well as it is up to the state what the formula is for allocating these. So this is a volatile source of funding. And expanding the road network to support growth will reduce the funding available for maintenance, while increased traffic will speed up the wear and tear on the infrastructure. So the relevance to Carroll County is that since the 1990s, Carroll County has adopted a multi-year operating plan as well as a 6-year CIP, and this long-term approach has served the citizens well. As infrastructure continues to age, maintenance and rehabilitation of existing infrastructure and facilities will continue to be a major concern. But the master planning process, and this is kind of the point of this whole brief, is an opportunity to consider ways to plan for and fund the operating and maintenance needs of existing infrastructure and facilities, and weigh the pros and cons of future development that, while adding to the demands of infrastructure, could also be a strong source of revenue to help pay for these maintenance obligations. So that's something to consider throughout the process, is that we've got this situation of varying degrees of infrastructure that's aging and will need extra funding, and it's how to resolve that through growth and through the master planning process. So again, the questions you've seen, is there anything that stood out to you, or could we get you any more information regarding, I know this is, we had a lot of information to put into a 4-page brief, and we do actually have a lot more, but this was the way to condense it into something that was somewhat understandable, but we'd be happy to provide more to you if there's anything you're particularly interested in.
So on the aging roads, is that the maintenance of or redoing roads, is that something that the development rights and responsibilities can come into play where could be responsible for a portion of roads that are?
I've never seen that. I think they would usually be responsible for possibly constructing the road, but as far as long-term maintenance, that's the common thread between all of this infrastructure is the developer is often responsible for, or sometimes responsible for putting it in, or an impact fee could contribute to school construction. So there's all that up front, but then down the road, it's the maintenance that becomes the issue for the county.
Well,
So
just
I
'cause
don't,
we
I would say probably
haven't
not.
done it. Can we? It's a stretch, I know.
Yeah, it would be a difficult thing to
It's a new
negotiate.
way of thinking.
Right.
Do we have a pie chart that shows for every dollar of tax revenue generated, this percent goes towards schools, this percent goes to road maintenance, this percent goes to water and sewer, this percent, what are the pieces?
I can speak with the budget office. That would be difficult only because some of these that we discussed are the enterprise funds. Some of them are funded they're not general fund dollars that fund, for instance, the water and sewer and the landfill. Those are user fees. So some things are general fund with the tax dollars and some things are separate enterprise funds. I mean, I can try to get you something that comes close to that.
Even if you have to isolate just the general fund and,
Yes, I'm sure the budget office could help us put
Yeah.
something together.
yeah.
Has the county pretty much followed the CIP, or do they keep pushing some things back? You know,
You're talking about deferred maintenance kinds of things, or?
Yeah, roads and bridges.
roads and bridges and, in the capital improvement program, that funds a lot of this stuff.
Mhm.
And my question is, have we been following this, if there's $6 million in the CIP fund, have they used that, or because of trying to balance the operating budget in the CIP, they keep changing the CIP, so it's not used as much as, say, the operating budget? It's a fine balance with.
Yeah, I think it's always, well, I think Mary pointed out in one of her slides that there's always a greater need than what we actually can fund in terms of both maintenance projects as well as new projects. That's part of the job of the commissioners to figure out where they want to prioritize the use of the funds. But then, so it's kind of a tricky thing because there is a 6-year capital plan, but it could change year to year depending on what the revenues are. So
I know the
then,
budget office is usually the one that does that. They, because I've seen it, especially when I was in Recreation and Parks, park projects kept being pushed back because of the higher needs that they felt, for the schools or for the roads or whatever. So I would bet that there's still a tendency to have the CIP of less importance as the operating budget, which I understand the operating budget is what really keeps the county going. I get concerned about sometimes the CIP doesn't progress.
That something stays in the outer years for years and
Yeah.
years. That can happen. I can see if I can find some trends about how the CIP has worked over the last 20 years for you. I wouldn't want to answer it just off the top of my head.
So on parks and recreation, how, like when they need to be fixed and modernized, are there fees that the youth that go there to use them, like the groups, do they pay?
Well, sometimes rec councils actually fix the stuff with money that they have. You know, especially with parks and recreation, there's the CIP, there's also program open space, and to a certain extent, recreation councils either doing the work or, you know, or getting a small amount of money to do the work, as opposed to taking it out and having to bid for it.
It is in the brief that there are 4 facilities, though, that do have user fees. The firearms facility, Piney Run, Hashua, and the sports complex. So some revenue is generated through those, but the rest of the maintenance comes through the general, or, I'm sorry, the
The only
operating.
one that I know is the firearms facility is self-supporting.
I think we were told that the rest of them contributes, but that one is self-supporting.
Okay.
Well, I will get that information regarding the budget for you, though, to try to tie it together better.
Thank you.
All right, anything additional?
I hope not.
I just,
I heard this cold.
you're not ready to stay here until 5 o'clock? We can talk planning all day. No, thank you so much for hanging in there. It's a lot of information, but these are the only times when we really can kind of sit down and share it with you. Again, we're trying to kind of sow some seeds so that when we really start talking about specific master plan recommendations and that sort of thing, we have a good understanding. The only thing I want to add is that the briefs will be made available on the master plan website. I can't remember the tab that it's under. I think it'll be under current work. And as we present these to you, we'll post them up to the website so the public can take a look at them. And the versions that you got, we have slightly updated, but for the most part will be what you'll see on the website as well. So
Yeah, I did notice on, where it was talking about the schools, and they talked about the tech center, Carroll County, last renovated 2009. We may want to update that.
change that
Didn't they just do a big
Yes.
Yeah, they just finished it.
renovation there?
They did, but that's a classic example of
It's no bigger.
on the CIP, it kept being pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. And finally, at one point, is really the planning commission really started putting pressure on, you know, why is this being pushed back? You know, not everybody goes to college, you know,
Right.
you need this career tech. And they finally built the addition, and it's really wonderful.
Yes. Yep.
thank you. We'll make that update.
Okay. All right. Then, thank you all.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I totally agree. All in favor?
See you December
Session
4th.
meeting.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
It's a planning
Yes.
session.
Happy Thanksgiving.